Yeah, our brother's dead. Sorry to break the news to you this way. But it's okay. Hey. If you need anything, okay? I'll be here for you, okay? We're gonna get through this, alright? Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need. He looked pretty dead, yeah. The guy was perfect, okay? It's okay. You need a shoulder to cry on. Mine's always open.
Oh, 8 down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah, shit! That was a real scream that time! Fuck! I hate you! I hate you! Give me my knife back, bitch. Oh, Lord, they coming.
Hello. There might be an ad break soon. I really wish it was at like the end of the hour rather than right in the beginning, but you know, Twitch ever get their ad revenue. And I'll take my, what, 1/12 of a penny. That's okay. But I did this initially to save you all time. I keep saying that, but I mean it.
He's coming out of some sort of
Put on a fucking show here. And I'm back now. I was out. I was supposed to stream like 2 hours earlier. But I ended up I had like a pretty dope salmon bowl, and then a buddy hit me up to go check on his dog. So I hung out with her for a little bit. Cute little bitch. And yeah, I'm back now. So better late than never, especially since I'm off. Well, I'd be off normally right now anyway, but I just had a pretty chill day, which is nice because I don't get too many of those. But I got my hop splash. I actually do have a beer, but I'm trying to not. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh god, you're wearing the hoodie. That's my lucky hoodie.
Let's play this game first. Hold on, fuck. Sorry, Shoddy, I heard the burp. Hi. How you doing? You are first.
That looks cool.
You are one and only, I believe. How you doing?
Wanna watch it with me?
I know you're tired. I appreciate your presence, but like I said, and I mean it. I'm more concerned about your health. So if you happen to doze off, then it's fine. And if you do, good night, good morning, good looking.
We got Lil B Montana playing Silent Hill 2. Got Lil Loves playing Bubble
Let's
Party.
move this over and start streaming because I actually really do like this game. It's been pretty tight, dog. Like the vibes. That's what I'm saying. It's just all good vibes. Damn, trying to get rid of me already? No, not like that. Know what I'm saying? And you know it. Pinky promise. Alright, but wait, why is the game blinking? Is that style? That might be style. Hopefully it's not like bugging out or something. 28. God damn, there's so much game left. This will be at least like 3 hour stream, hopefully, and I get to finish it. Hope your show's good.
All I feel.
What's that show about? It's my cage. What up, Queef Blaster? I love that fucking name, dude. How's your night going? Long time no see, brother. Hero. You can't say that. No, you probably can. I don't care. Yeah, how's your Friday? How was work?
Oh, this is not a
Oh
good
no,
time.
it's that motherfucker.
Shit.
I hate the puppeteer. Oh shit! Get back here! Get back here! How are you? I'm pretty good for the most part. The puppeteer is going fucking down. I have biblically accurate angels, mummies, vampires, werewolves, and puppets, and this motherfucker all trying to kill me. Shit.
Once again.
Got him. Alright. That could have been worse. Sorry, I wasn't mad at any of you. That was just very stressful. The puppeteer is annoying. Going pretty good. How are you? That's great to hear. I'm glad you're doing pretty good. I'm making slutty hit singles with AI. I'm sorry, the world's water is getting depleted, but it's worth these songs. Yeah, if you join the Discord, you're more than welcome to share some of those. That'd be kind of fun to see. Ah! Oh, it startled me a little bit. Wait, there's another one. Wait, what? Why do I have a health bar? Is there? It's like a gnat or something. Piss me off. Alright. There's health bars. Is there a boss? Oh shit, what the fuck are you? Killing it? Oh, I have to stake him. Oops, I fucked up. It's okay, I got more Molotovs where they came from. And it's blue fire, so it looks cool. Bitch! Alright, and then... Boom!
Gotta change tactics.
And then I gotta wait for that to die down, and then... I got some steak for you, motherfucker! LMFAO, yes, my song Clitopia is gonna be a worldwide sensation. Clitopia. That's pretty damn good. I'm already into it. Also, I gotta say, if you do actually have like a handle, Leaf Blaster, please. I'm a fan already. Same. I'm making my ringtone. As I clarified a few games ago, I'm in my big clit era. What's your Discord? Oh, type in !_ Discord, and then that should work. If not, oops. I legit don't know how to use this thing. Hang on. Here, I can type it for you. Oh shit, my stream manager. Hold on, 1 second. If it's not valid, just let me know. It should be valid, because I think it worked for... Oh, what's his... Lance? Remember Lance? When I was playing Dead Rising? Right, my new #1 fan. Oh yeah, thanks. That should work. Best mod. Best mod, once again. Thanks, Shoddy. I had to grab a link for him. Oh, okay. It's not working? Well, I appreciate you. I'll update that, because I actually think those links, they might not be permanent. It just says imagine the place. For Lance, I mean. Oh, I see. Just says imagine the place. I don't know what that means. Oh shit! But are you in?
Suck that, vampires.
Yeah, I have an art section. You can post it there. But yeah, let me know if that works. If not, I can invite you directly, probably. Whoa, what the fuck is that? That one should work. Oh shit! Is there more of you? Yeah, a little bit. Werewolves. Utopia. That sounds pretty good. It reminds me of have you ever had Fruitopia? Those drinks that I used to get all the time at like movie theaters. And I think you can only find it at like McDonald's now. That was like my go-to for years. All right, let's go this way because there's a hostage nearby. Oh shit! You blend in. God damn it. I need a flashlight.
Oh, great. The Void figured out how to make more of them.
Fuck the puppeteer. They're annoying. Vampires. Johnny, you gotta watch Blade soon. I still have to show you Blade. It's like required viewing. Wait, did I kill an innocent? Oh no, it's over here. Maybe Monday if you're not busy. I should be free Monday.
They really stored you with the pottery, huh?
Thank God.
Thank you, Audie. Yeah, I'm glad it worked. Welcome to the family. Now, you do have to sign in blood in order to gain access to the other channels in the Discord, but it's really just a formality. And a joke, because it's a cult. Yes, boo, that's plural. I uploaded the songs. Oh, sweet. Songs? Nice, nice. Can't wait to check them out. Because music this good has sequels. The saga. I need a shoddy role. I'm like the best secretary.
Can't carry it.
You're best mod for sure. Do you want to be secretary? Oh shit. Fuck. Thank God for these coochies. Wait, thank God these coochies bleed? What the fuck? Is that the name of a song? I'm not even VIP in your server. Oh, you're not? You will be. You will be. I got you. I kind of neglect the rules. Like, after I initially made the Discord, I kind of just, like, let it do its thing. I have the bot that runs most of it, but you are on top of it. You'll be VIP. Also, it's upon request. I didn't even know you wanted to be.
It was empty, spreading chaos from town to village because he had a creature inside him that couldn't do otherwise.
What the fuck?
I watched him die, but apparently
I need special roll. Okay, you'll get it.
Itself now. Fuck me.
Oh shit. Where is it? Oh shit, there you are. Oh shit. Bongo cat, what'd you get? Oh, leaf, nah. Where am I going? This game, I don't know. Like, I feel like it came out, like, I wish it came out sooner in my life. I respect it for what it is. And I found out, apparently there's a movie in the works. I want to make a movie on this with Lakeith Stanfield. He's a great actor.
Birth year 1991.
Dang. I'm older than this guy.
Oh, negative.
Your father's last words.
I'm done.
Dang.
Oh, that you loved enchanted to drink.
Ferris wheel.
Why are you here?
Ferris wheel. We were on a Ferris wheel. It had been a really good day. And as we rose to the top, she put her head on my shoulder and closed her eyes, and whispered to herself.
This guy's got me shaking ass right now. Okay, I'll check one out in a minute.
Nothing could be a good thing. And that was it.
If you don't mind, I could play one on stream.
This one good day burned into my
I'm a
head.
big fan of Clitopia. I want to have a special role
I
too.
gave her my soul.
I need to check my roles,
And I
but
remember
because I think you guys don't even get. It's not like admin or mod rights. I think it's.
controlling me.
I intended to have it to where certain tiers of people can like do certain things,
Graces,
like
and that was good.
talking
because
during
she
movie
loved
nights or
me.
something like that, but kind of just
And
evolves
that
to just being more
was special when I
freeform.
remembered.
Supreme leader of Unholy Temptations.
My good
I
day.
want to be a slut.
I remembered when she started reveling in me being a little bit afraid.
You need to
of her
make that a song,
all of the time.
like Adidas from Korn.
I remembered
It'd be
when she put me on that fucking
S.L.U.T.
and told me to stay, and I did. I pissed myself, and I waited.
I want to abuse my powers. I just like having access. Well, that's the thing. Everybody has access to everything. The only ones, I think, disciples
For showing that I could
might
stay.
not.
4 days of waiting.
But yeah, I can make those changes today.
My mouth
It's the
dry
Fire
and
sequel
cracked
to
like
Christie.
porcelain. Until she came back,
Hold on.
covered in blood.
I feel like I'm missing good lore here.
I didn't believe her when she told me she'd stopped feeding. I'd seen bloodstains washed in clothes. But there she was, standing in the doorway, finally telling me the truth about what she wanted to be.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a big deal cutscene.
Her first words to me and the last words I've heard her say for 2 years were, "Good boy."
Nice.
The same sick part of me that felt like it was tearing in half when I left her was glad. Glad I stayed.
A lesbian.
Boy, I am.
No, so
She saw me.
my understanding is my
I
ex,
drove away as fast
is
as I could.
a
We made it in
vampire,
car that didn't belong
and now
to me.
she's trying to bring about the apocalypse, and I'm back to this motel to stop her.
One
And each level of the motel
fucking day.
is like a different reality almost. It's pretty cool and trippy.
As much as
It's
I
got
would
like a
hate her
mood,
for
man.
what she
I'm really into this game.
Without laying a
Like,
finger
this is
on
art
me.
right here.
And what I did to myself, I can't. I can't.
Well, what is this? This is El Paso elsewhere.
Because it was a really good fucking day.
Dude, I feel it.
And her words were warm and her head was cold. And I don't know if I'm ever going to make someone feel like they are good. Like that.
Okay, buddy.
Never again.
Cheer up, emo kid. Now, there's some good shit in here, though. You don't own that ball. Poke catch, ultra ball. Oh, you got a shop. Fuck. No, it's okay. Poke shop, ultra ball, and throw like 20 or 10 or in there. Oh shit! I have to. Oh, I think I told you that I have this conspiracy that Ariana Grande is a vampire, werewolf hybrid, and that one bitch from Underworld. Oh, Celine. Okay. Oh, I think I'm in a boss fight.
So that's the game.
Oh shit! What am I doing? Because I can't kill him. Hold on. I'll listen to stuff after the song because this is kind of a boss fight, I think. Fuck. Okay, alright. Let me change weapons too.
Sorry for breaking so many of these.
Okay, actually, Celine's bitch. Wood. All right, let's see what's up. Let me welcome you to the family real quick, though. Welcome. Wait. Do I just refer to you as Queef or Flask, or what do you prefer? Or your real name? Slut. No. Let me check out your song too. Nice tweaking, Morty. All right, I'm listening to Clitopia. Okay. Let me mute the game real quick. Delete. No, not that. tab. Alt tab or not. Let me do sound mixing. Sound mixer. And I'll just mute the game temporarily. Here we go. All right, here's Clitopia, everybody. I was born in a small town. I can't get out of a small town. Is that from something? So, Queep Blaster. How do you do this? Small towns are cute. Are you in a small town right now? Well, also, what up, your boy? Is this AI? On God. Oh shit, I didn't mean to click away. Oh, my bad. I was gonna, welcome to the family, Flask. I'll call you Flask. All right, let me go back and I'll, sorry. Yes. Your boy makes music too. It's like the men I sent to the Discord meme. Oh. The song's kind of a bop. It's like if Kesha was sluttier. That's what I imagine. Listen to Christy. Alright. And then I'm gonna have some tonal whiplash getting back to the game, just so you know. What does Christy stand for? Better. Is that Kakashi? What is it? It's my alter ego. Oh, is this your Sasha Fierce? Don't ask me how I know that reference. My Sasha Fierce. Nice. Was that her name? Was that her? Gojo dancing. What's Gojo? Gojo dancing. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, that's the okay. Jujutsu Kaisen. I need to watch that show. I saw like 2, maybe 3 episodes because Limoa just had like a gun to my head and he's like, "Watch it," and I was like, oh, "Okay," basically. And then I watched it and I was like, "It's pretty good." And then I stopped. It's pretty glorious. Oh, it is dancing too. It's oh, why? I looked over because I watch and read most of my chat. This song's funny. I read most of my chat through Mix It Up, but the emojis or the emotes aren't animated. Flick that bean like a holy bell. Yeah. It's like if, can you imagine if K-pop had songs like this? I'm your wettest dream. This is going hard right now. If I called you on the cheeseburger phone, would you pick it up or legit let it go to voicemail saying, "Don't be calling me on the cheeseburger phone"? If I had a cheeseburger phone, I would stop leaving my phone, letting it ring. I would answer that shit. I'd be like, "Hello?" If you're confused, look at the meme channel on Discord. I think I know what you're getting at. Oh shit! That's right. I want a cheeseburger phone. I do too. I want a banana phone too. What do I do? 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 Where do I go? Okay, it did open. Aha! Got him. I went right.
Ammo.
This is the first time the game just hasn't been like a free-for-all. I'm actually being chased. And it's scary. Ah, fuck.
We need a stronger knight.
No more. Let me out. It's scary. Ah, fucker. Don't touch me.
Every art seems to align with the aspect of the soul.
Okay. I just posted the meme I quoted. I'll check it out later. Or a brat's little phone. I'd throw my iPhone in the trash for a brat's lip landline. One of my friends, she goes by Angel Baby Girl here. She's a big Bratz fan. Like, she collects them. Oh shit. Oh my god, you must introduce me. Here, I'll give her a shout out in a moment. You love her. Here, give her a shout out real quick. She plays a lot of horror games, mostly Dead Rising, Silent Hill. But lately she's been playing a lot of Schedule 1. But this is her getting excited because she solved the puzzle.
Kill it!
We also fixed her her audio, so she doesn't peak as much. We added a compressor to her fucking mic. But give her a follow. I'm trying to get her affiliated. She's almost there. I think she needs like 10, 11, and then she's affiliated.
Maybe the mouse wins. Maybe I can turn this around.
Oh my god, yes. Don't touch me, I'm famous. Oh shit.
Yeah. Let's take him on another ride.
Following her now. Hell yeah.
No, I can't do this again, no.
She should be streaming. I thought she almost streamed yesterday. I think in a day or two she will be.
Jede. Jede Frey.
Oh!
The son of Khufu, the great builder.
I think that's the vampire that bit.
I put the pieces together.
Jenny.
Zimforth wanted out early and he needed meat. Meat with a connection to Dakole.
Dracula, yeah.
What stronger tether than the man who made her who she is? Zimforth felt you in the ether, hitched a ride when you came back, poured you into a suit.
This has deeper
That's why I haven't been able to hurt you.
lore than I expected.
Because you've got a patron. She never said your name. We spent every moment together for 3 years. She told me everything, but the one thing that Janet didn't say is your name. Didn't breathe it. So you managed to complete.
Here, I'll check out the meme in a moment after this.
Conquered mortality, faked your own death to reign over the underworld, birth.
Janet is in Cletopia.
Vampires, and it's all gone. Forgotten. The only reason I know who you are is because I was looking into the pharaohs of Egypt once, researching mummies, vampires, where that all started.
Yeah, I'm a vampire hunter.
Where your name is.
I don't know if he was before or after he met his ex. This is deep. It's pretty good.
That no one has cared to solve. Even to the person who loved you most, you're dead.
Oh shit.
Does that hurt?
Yesterday on Steam, towards the end of my stream, I was redoing one of my songs and took some whippets.
Doesn't make you less.
Don't take whippets, dude. Don't do that. I didn't have the plugin to make my sound so low like I did a low sound, so I used my phone to come over with don't fucking do whippets. Especially on stream.
Name, you don't have authority. You don't have her. You can get right now.
Whippets are fucking hilarious.
Very long time. In the fight that matters.
I like the music in this. It's very Stranger Things right now. I did that when I was in my early 20s. I've never done it. Most of my Whippets experience is watching that one documentary with Steve-O. Like on the floor. It's not illegal to do Whippets. He got the can from a smoke shop. I wasn't aware of that.
Wear him down.
Just be careful though. Like, I don't know. Whether or not they're illegal, they're terrible for you. That's all. Holy shit, this is rough. What do I do? 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 God damn it. Alright, this is gonna be a problem. That's probably why I'm writing Cultopia in my 30s. That's funny.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Oh. Oh, I get it. Oh shit. Alright, maybe I fucked up. Fuck. I'm dying. I haven't done it in a really long time. He just happened to come over with some, and I was like, this voice would sound great on this song. Well, I hope the song turns out well. I'm sure it will. Oh, fuck. How do I avoid that? Hold on. What am I doing? What's a brain cellar 10? You don't get those back.
Wear him down, then use a stake.
We have a finite amount. Wear him down, then use a stake. I'm trying. Ah! Fucker! I don't know how to dodge this. I have to like, okay. I want to hear.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Oh my god. What do I do? What the fuck do I do? He's too fast. You want to hear my Whippet song? Brain cells can actually regenerate.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down,
Well,
then use a stake.
take care of him. Either way. It's not an invite to, to damage him. And I'm not trying to be your dad or anything. It's just, drugs are bad. Okay. God damn, game. So I got knocked out of the fucking. All right. The Peter Pan said you just gotta believe. So I was like, I believe this pussy would get me places, and now I'm blasting away. Yes. I had to Google what whippets are. I was homeschooled. My niece and nephew are homeschooled.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Fuck. I'm gonna die again. No, stop killing me. You innocent peach, I can corrupt you. Oh, I'm a complete degenerate now, Pookie. I whispered it to you. Oh, the song? Nice.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
I don't know how to fight this motherfucker. What am I? Goddamn.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
We gotta run at him. Run past him like that. Oh, man, that is a little bit better. Ooh, shit. Nope, maybe not. All right, hold on. Here, you got like 5 more tries. Otherwise, I will Google this shit. Maybe at the time. Oh, no, that's not working. All right. Where, LOL? I'm so confused. So if you click on, oh my God, is this Dark Souls? It turned into Dark Souls all of a sudden. If you look at the top right, there should be like a little, like a speech bubble logo. Those are your whispers. At least I don't know where it is if you're on app.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Fucker! You're killing me, Smalls!
Need to use a stake again.
On Twitch, it's on mobile, it's under activity.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Fuck, you got me. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my God, he fucking... What the fuck? What happened?
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Okay, I'm learning. Okay, alright. There's a pattern here. Shit. Alright, I can't get hit. Gonna be lurking for a bit, shoddy. BB. Okay, I hope you feel better.
Wear him down, then use a stake.
Thank you for the lurk. As always, it's nice, but it's not required. Okay, I think I'm slowly getting it. Oh shit. God damn, just CP. You should actually just go to bed. Don't worry about you.
Burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
motherfucker. I can't. I can't. This is rough. I will be here for a minute, guys. Sorry.
Burn down, then use a stake.
This is quite the difficulty jump. Okay. Okay, so I have to go.
Need to use a stake again.
I just staked him. Eat, boy, eat, boy. Oh, man. It sucks that I also have to walk when taking the pills.
Just
Try Uzi.
We're down. Use a stake.
So actually, okay. I need to choose a side based on, like right now, go right. Right? Okay. And then just don't get hit. And then try and stake him. Bitch! Okay. And then run away. Ah! Oh! Yes, can I buy your food stamps? Nice, is that the one? I like that one too.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Dude. Okay, alright, this is rough. Okay, I think I'm getting it though. I just need to read them. See, now I gotta go. Oh, killer got me. My ass cheeks were clapping.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Fuck. Dude, guys, I don't know. This happened out of nowhere. This was fairly cozy.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down.
All right.
Use a stake.
He's too fast, too furious. Ah, he got me. All right. Keep going. Y'all keep coming now. Oh fuck, any fucking instant transmissions at me? Okay, well, we'll get through this. I believe in it. It's just we're gonna be here for a while.
Wear him down, then use a stake.
Now I gotta dive past him, right? He got me. Just need to time it better and use my slow-mo resource better. I think he just got me. Oh no. I smell a Popeye's chicken eater. Hey, what up, Ken? Must be you.
Just like the
No
burn men.
Popeyes here.
Wear him down, then use a stake.
You smell somebody who's getting their ass fucking kicked in this game. Fucker! I gotta reload, bitch! I'm gonna be in and out because of my service till I get a better signal. I made the beat on that too. Got this, queen. You keep going. Oh, thank you. And no worries, your boy. I appreciate you being here at all. I hope you're having a great night. I will be once I beat this motherfucker.
Just like the burn men. Wear him down, then use a stake.
I just need to learn the pattern. and quit getting hit. Quit getting hit and do more damage. That's the secret here. Okay, you know what? Also, Google. I'm about to look it up. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. How do the Daedrifray, or whatever his name is. The 10-minute boss fight? Jesus. Wait, no fucking way. This guy must be sucking at it too. Okay. Here we go. Wait, is there a roll? Is there a move I just been neglecting? He's like rolling. Hold on. I'm diving. He's rolling. What? Hold on. Where? Where? Roll. B. Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. You gotta make a slutty outfit like Bayonetta and get that bitch with witch time. Was that Bayonetta? What was? Wasn't there also Bullet Witch? Remember that one? I forgot about B, the roll.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down,
all right,
and then use a stake.
This is it, guys. Or not. Maybe not. We'll see. Oh boy. Oh jeez, Rick. Okay, actually that was better. I can't reload though. No, wrong button. Okay, that is better actually. You see how fast he is? I barely have time to reload, guys. Okay, yeah, that was my fault. I did that way too early.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down, and then use a stake.
Stop diving. Start rolling. Okay, yeah, roll. It's all about the roll. Keep rolling. Fuck. Bitch. Okay. Oh shit. Oh boy. Ah! Oh. Fucker! You bitch!
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down, then use a
Okay, I'm
stake.
getting closer. Reload. Oh. Fucker.
I thought you turned down back up.
I gotta reload, bitch. Slow down. Oh fuck, I think I just killed myself. Or unalived, I don't know if I can say or not. Oh boy. Oh jeez, Rick. Ah! Last time I was on your stream, you were gonna go see Thunderbolts. How was it? It was pretty good. I think the last, like the boss fight, effectively, it wasn't quite what I wanted or expected, but I think as a whole, it was a pretty solid movie. Definitely one of the best lately. How do I catch Pokemon here? Type !! Poke start, one word, and then that's how you get started. It'll give you a certain amount of free Pokeballs, which you can start with Poke Catch. There you go.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down, then use a stake.
Oh, he got me. Fuck! 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 No! Fuck. Is that like OSHA? Because I'm not a safe person. Wait, what the fuck is that OSHA what? I have no idea. I've never even heard of most of the Pokemon. I've been out of the game forever, you know? And now there's washing machine Pokemon, there's keychain Pokemon, there's vanilla ice cream Pokemon. Like when I left, there was like the fire lizard, the little turtle thing. Like it won't be long before we have like a fucking Pokemon that's like W2 form. Where are they? Oh shit! Fuck, dude, I think I was actually just about there. Oh well, there's already like X, Y. I don't see why not. Oh, like letters.
Just like the Birdman. Wear him down.
Well, I mean, the letters were actually kind of like worked in organically. Like they kind of had like this like ancient language motif when like Silver and Gold and Crystal came out. But I don't know. There's like a cell phone Pokemon.
Smelling salt's cold.
Finally turned down, back up.
Fuck. See, I can't abort like Mew2X and Mew2Y. Is it really?
Just like the Birdman.
I've been out of Pokemon for too long. Like the last one, I didn't really get into it because I didn't finish it, but it was Ultra Moon, Ultra Sun. I'm tired of looking at this ugly motherfucker. Let me out. Let me the fuck out. Bitch. Okay. First stage is no problem.
Gotta stay.
Honestly, the roll tip helps.
Back up.
Fuck. That was rough, man.
Let's bury you again, motherfucker.
Just me and you, hopefully. Oh shit, no, please, please. Where you going? What's he doing?
I'm watching him. Thanks. Pathetic.
Oh, jeez. So, like, he's looking for his vampire girlfriend, and who's this guy? This is like some ancient, I guess, demon vampire who basically turned my girlfriend into the vampire she is today. That's what I think is happening. Based on the real Egyptian figure, which is cool. I think he called him, like, Khafre? That was a real pharaoh, wasn't it?
My God. James?
Hey, bitch.
Hey.
Yes.
What is this?
This is Jedi Fry. The Force Beyond brought him back, poured him into a suit.
I didn't think the door had opened yet.
I don't think it has. But, you know, these ancient forces of hatred and destruction. Always getting antsy.
I like the mood, though. I keep saying.
I have to go back. I felt a ripple, so...
Oh yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'll be here.
Yeah, hey, good seeing you. I miss you, and I love you. She's like, how dare you barge into my necrophilia orgy?
Fuck.
Alright, what do you think about that? Exactly. He knows. What? Yep. I know, right? Yeah, he knows. Yeah, dude. Yeah, alright. He has thoughts.
I might have actually delayed things a bit.
Alright, I need
Wait,
stakes
take my
and...
weapons.
Oh, my weapons are gone?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
shit.
get 'em back.
Oh, jeez, Rick. Yeah, grabbing some pills. Oh, I'm full on pills. Man, that was kind of a tough boss fight. I'm really glad I looked it up just so I can know that... I forgot you could roll. I've been, like, dodging and shoot dodging the entire time. I forgot about good old roll to go under that fucking knife of his. Getting her peg on with the Pharaoh's gold dick cuff? Probably.
Gotta be careful here.
Might have been a waste, but it's okay.
Needed this. I got greedy. Yeah, it's something.
What are you playing these days? This game like Buffy? Dude, I've been saying, the way you break the stuff in here, it reminds me of Buffy, and because of that, I might actually stream Buffy the Vampire Slayer soon. That game gets really tough, like halfway through, but I beat it like 3 times. If a dumbass like me can get through it, so can you. No. I love Buffy. I love Buffy. That's a show where I've seen every episode. Damn good. I grew up watching that with my sisters. I played the shit out of those games. Yeah, I played Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Buffy the Vampire Slayer Chaos Bleeds. What the hell was the GBA one? And I played the Game Boy Color one. That game was fun until the last boss. Just to work. Oh my god. Who's Lewis? My ears. Gardener. Are we done here? I think I get it now. Let me back up a little bit. First Pharaoh, now the gardener. First the Pharaoh, now the gardener. Yeah. It be like that sometimes. Alright. I'm done listening to that. I don't care what they're saying anymore. Oh shit, I need my weapons for the biblically accurate angels over there. But yeah, I'm glad you not only know about the Buffy game, but like the show. That's some of the best TV we've ever gotten. Like, period. Period. Oh, guns. Period. Yeah, you know what's up. Is that just it? Okay.
Stay sharp.
Yeah, I might stream the Buffy game soon. I keep saying this. Last 5 games, I've been like, I should be playing Resident Evil. Well, I'm not, okay? I'm playing Buffy, or this. I will return to Resident Evil because there's some games that are going to be unplayable soon. And I gotta strike while the iron's hot. I hear you. Where are you?
I can open that door in the hallway.
Oh. Get my shotgun. Okay, I'm pulling those. All right, we're good. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, the puppeteer, no! Poke catch, something. What do you mean? Oh, you did it right. You poke caught right. Poke catch by default will do a pokeball, but if you check the extension on my channel, which I'm not sure you can do on mobile or not, but it's easier to see your inventory through there. But you might have to. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Fucker! Oh shit! We getting jungle now? We got drum and bass on this motherfucker. You can get different types of Pokeballs. You can do. I do Ultra Ball like habitually. Nice. I feel like I'm in Toonami right now. But let me go back for some steaks and pills. This way? Or did they close the path? Aw! Damn it, there were pills over there. Alright, whatever. There's pills right here. Cricketune? Nice. Oh my god, it is like Toonami. You hear the Toonami? I hear it too. I can't unhear it.
Place of honor. It's good to have you back.
Queef, what's your favorite? I like calling you that. What's your favorite anime? Do you have one? I'm a basic bitch, so mine is Dragon Ball Z, but I do like a lot.
Why would they leave me right back here?
Got him. I love Dragon Ball Z. Super is awesome too. I need to finish Super, but I like what I saw of it. I need to finish. I left off at the Goku Black saga, which I think I'm like legit halfway through the show. I know there's like a big deal with a tournament. There's a dude named Hit, I think. Yeah, for me, Dragon Ball's really always been where it's at because I'm a '90s kid. It just cards I was dealt. It's like you like either that or you like everything. Like I grew up watching Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Kakegurui. Is that the gambling one? I never saw it. I just saw like a girl like really enjoying this card game. It was like Food Wars, but like with cards or something. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, I think it's on Netflix, right? You like Dragon Ball or you're wrong. Yeah, true, true. I think we're all Dragon Ball fans here. It's just a 90s kid thing. Like, boy, I tell you what, when fucking Krillin exploded and Goku went Super Saiyan the first time, like, dude, little, like, 7-year-old me was like, oh my God! I was so fucking hyped, dude. Pussy was so wet for Future Trunks. Oh, dude, Trunks is my first anime crush. Man, my first anime crush.
Well, I'm still obsessed with chairs, I see.
I don't think I thought about this. I never really looked at anime that way, but Gantz made me feel a certain way. You've seen Gantz launch. Actually, launch is a pretty good choice. And she sneezes and then she turns into what's her alter ego? What's her Sasha Fierce called? Oh. Where do I go? It's like the one place I can't. Oh, I've been here already. Oh, I'm an idiot. It is this way. How's this bitch alive? Wait, hold on. Wait, where do I go? Just go everywhere. This is where I came from. Yeah. Yup. Oh, nice. Molotov. Really going up the wrong way. Oh, here we go.
It's weird. I'm just in a pyramid without
Launch. I haven't thought about her in forever.
Tomb without a body.
Oh shit.
Special. And definitely not true.
Oh fuck. Nice. That's exciting. I got a grenade launcher. Launcher was the hottest. Wait. Was the OG Hannah Montana? Dude, I get that reference. Because she changed her hair color and shit. She was like a different person. She just had to sneeze instead of become a pop star. And then we had Hannah Montana for Dudes, which was the famous Jet Jackson. Remember that one? Yes. Yeah, last time I saw that dude was Smallville, and then I think he was in Hills of Ice 2, and then he died, fortunately. Hannah Montana for anime was Rama 1-2. I never saw that one. Dude, I like the fucking music. This is Toonami music. What? Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, he unalived himself a while ago too. It was like 2013, 12, around there. I want to say. It's unfortunate. He was cool. He played Cyborg in Smallville. Sad. Yeah, that's pretty sad. It's always unfortunate when someone does that. I guess there's a secret here. I'll just never know. Do you remember that Disney Channel movie, 13th Year? Was that the one where 13th Year? Is that the mermaid one? Or was that the leprechaun? No, Lucky the Irish was the leprechaun one. Do you remember? Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. We're gonna watch a Disney Channel movie. Yes. Oh, it is the mermaid one. Merman. I really liked that superhero one. I forgot what it was called. But Homeboy was the only member of his family to not get powers. I liked Don't Look Under the Bed. My Date with the President's Daughter. A Smart House, of course. Halloween Town. I never really got into the Halloween Town one. My sister was all over that shit though. Fucker. Never got into Halloween Town. Cadet Kelly. Oh yeah, with Christy Carlson Romano and Hilary Duff. Halloween Town was the shit. Maybe I could rewatch it now, but I feel like its time has passed. Let's see. Trying to think of other Disney Channel movies. I think, yeah, Don't Look Under the Bed's goated for me. That was like actually like creepy at some parts. Under Wraps, and I saw that they remade it, but I'm not gonna watch it. I'd be down to watch Disney Channel movies. We could probably do one of these because, like, Legend says I'll be doing movie nights again on the Discord soon. I'm trying because there's like Resident Evil movies I'm trying to show and Dead Rising movies because I'm in that mood now. But a few Disney Channel movies every now and then, that'd be kind of fun. We'll get blankets and snacks. And
Suck that, vampires.
Oh, I thought you said something else. I was like, suck that, vampires. Fuck is what?
Next week on
Mr. Science Theater 3000 J Channel movies. Dude, I love Mr. Science Theater 3000.
Another flower in the garden of my life cut short before its time. Poor Ruby.
MST3K.
Rose Green Thumb was also a poison.
In the
touch.
not too distant future.
She deserved better.
Next Sunday, 80.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time for goodbyes.
What the hell are you doing in here? You should not be.
Work Fergus Medic Institute. It's another guy in a yellow jumpsuit. Something like that. There's like so many versions of that fucking song.
30 bullets. Each one met their mark.
Robot roll call.
Cradled the mortician's body in my arms.
Robot.
Another
Gypsy.
flower in the garden of my life cut short before its time.
Something.
Mortician.
Bro.
Her acquaintance's green thumb was also a poison touch. She deserved better.
There was a guy named Joel. I like Joel more than
Hey, buddy, I had
Mike.
this room reserved. Didn't you look at the list? I put my name on the list for today.
Kevin?
Don't, he'll shoot
Kevin?
you. Ugh.
Joel would like lullaby me to sleep. He was awesome.
What the fuck did you shoot me for?
Dang, this is a
Another
pretty
29
epic.
bullets, all struck home. I cradled the technician's headless body in my arms.
Oh, am I a cop?
Another flower in the garden of my life cut short before its time. Poor technician.
One we can invite
Couldn't even read his name
Deadpool.
tag.
One we can invite Deadpool
My
so we
green
can
thumb
fall
had
into his lap and be
poison
like,
touch.
Zedis Zepidus.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time for.
Oh my god.
Nothing else is gonna
Oh my
happen.
god, we can. Okay, I see.
Crazy,
You're
just a
correcting.
normal-
Yeah, probably. No Wolf's a trip. I love that dude. We saw werewolf movies last weekend. We saw Wolfman.
Couldn't hold more if I
We
tried.
saw werewolves. It just happened that way because there's a trailer for a movie called Werewolves that I saw, and I was like, "Yo!" And I sent it to him, and like the trailer opens up with Frank Grillo on a turret. He's like, "Hey, ugly!" There's a werewolf and looks at him. He's like, "Bite me!" And I was like, "I need to see this." Xenon Girl of the 21st Century. Oh, Zoom. All I remember. And then it had the dude from Small Soldiers in it. There's like 3 of those, isn't there? Oh shit, look at that. Oh, I gotta burn him. Oh!
Gotta change tactics.
Gregory something. Yeah, that sounds about right. He was also in, have you seen Hobo with a Shotgun? That movie's amazing. He plays, like, the worst person ever. You ever think and Fred has a bad day and just sits there and thinks it's just one of those, oh, Fred Durst. You don't want to wake up, everything sucks? Probably. When he sang that song, he probably meant it. It was like, yeah, all these young kids can relate. Man, yeah. When they announced Limp Bizkit's Rollin' as the intro for DMC, I like lit up like a Christmas tree, dude. I was like, duh. Fucking duh. Perfect.
This place feels wrong, doesn't it? Like something you remember and don't all at the same time.
Good catch. Yeah, you're on it now, buddy. What are you up to tonight? You working on anything? You're working on more songs?
She saw me. Definitely saw me down here. And we don't know.
Hey, yeah, boy, I really like your Tomorrow song.
All I know is that this place is different. Oh, fuck. Long live the king.
That actually startled me. I thought she was one of those motherfuckers. When she teleported, I was like, "Ooh." I got lit up like a Christmas tree when I heard Last Resort by Papa Roach in the episode where Dante used a motorcycle that has spikes in the wheels as a weapon. Yeah. Getting fired up and working on some doll repaints. Oh, nice. That sounds cool. Like as a hobby? Like do you like restore, like, I imagine you like restoring porcelain dolls like in Toy Story 2. Dude, DMC is literally my entire playlist. It's a pretty good fucking, like, they know what they were doing, and I fuck with it, you know? Like, that era of music, I feel like I'm 10 again. No, oh.
Gotcha.
Well, just based on the information I had, that's just what I imagined. Oh shit! There's more of them out there, I know it. I either make sluttier or game or movie characters. Slutty or game or movie characters. Well, if you think they're appropriate, I mean, you could totally put those in the art section as well. My Discord. If you ever want like feedback or just to show off something cool that you're working on, that's what it's there for.
Smashing. Classic architecture.
Another big news story of the year concerned the Ecumenical Council in Rome, known as Vatican II.
Still leaving.
Chocolate Lulu from Fifth Element. Chocolate Lulu.
They did, in an attempt to make the church more commercial, was to introduce the vernacular into portions of the Mass to replace Latin, and to widen somewhat the range of music permissible in the liturgy. But I feel that if they really want to sell the product in this secular age, what they ought to do is to redo some of the liturgical music in popular song forms. I have a modest example here.
Lilu Dallas. Multipass.
It's called The Vatican Rag. First you get down on your knees, fiddle with your rosaries.
Yeah, I love Mila Jovovich, but I feel like she was ancient human. She would be hella chocolate. She probably would be. I tried telling that to the man.
Whatever steps you want, if you have cleared them with the pontiff, everybody say his own Kyrie eleison, doing the Vatican rag.
Game's a trip.
Get in line in that processional, step into that small
What is happening? I actually forget the plot of that fucking movie. Like, what was she? She was the Fifth Element, duh! I know for a fact that if the Fifth Element got remade, they would make her a chocolate babe. Probably. Who would you cast? Like, we'd probably get, like, Glenn Powell or some shit to play Corbin. And Lilu would probably be what? Who's Brown that kicks ass? Zoe Saldana? Lupita bitch? Oh! Lupita Nyong'o. I don't know how to pronounce it. She's cool. Got a fat ass. I saw her in I think it's Black Panther, and I was like, yeah. Or like an unknown. Yeah, probably. Like, I know the exit's over there, but it's not about the money. It's about sending a message. Someone thick as hell and hella dark, so the orange just radiates on her like radioactive. One of the cool things I just like about like black skin, like in movies, if it's like lit well, like I don't want this to come across a certain way. I'm black, just so you know, just, you know, light skinned. But like it's reflective, you know, so it looks cool. Moonlighting, so beautiful. Yeah, for real. For real.
After you got cast down from heaven, I wonder if God still checks in on you.
This game is trippy, man. Oh shit. Damn, the game was loading in. Reflects the brightest white, yeah. And then like if they do what I call the euphoria lighting, it looks like that. Like that. They reflect like that. I love it. Oh shit! Oh, missed. Alright, let me hide behind here. Oh god. Well, that went terribly. I wouldn't be mad if Zendaya was Lilu either. She could be the compromise I could deal with. I love Zendaya. Have you seen Challengers? That movie's awesome. No, it's on my list. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I saw it in theaters. Definitely worth a watch. I should stream the Blade games. I remember really liking Blade 2, but Blade 1 is like kind of sucks and it's hard, but I don't know, I'm in a Blade mood. I'm trying to show Adi Blade. Because we watched all of What We Do in the Shadows. Have you seen that amazing ass show? And there's like way too many Blade references. I didn't know they had Blade games. Yeah, there's a PS1 game based on the first Blade movie. It's alright, it's pretty hard. And then there's a game based on Blade 2 for PS2. Oh yeah, and then that Blade 1 game, it's also on Game Boy Color. And that game's actually pretty damn solid for a Game Boy Color game. Fucking love Blade. What about Ghost Rider game? Oh yeah, Ghost Rider's good. Where you play as Blade as a good. Yeah. It's the one based on the movie. That game's actually pretty good. I call it God of Ghost Rider or Devil May Ghost Rider, but it's pretty good. Like, it's probably one of the best like movie license games I've played. And yes, you could Blood Rain, baby. I actually have Blood Rain on Steam. I have the revamped edition. Great title, by the way. Revamped. Love it.
Another one down.
Also, Rain could get it. Did you know that Blood Rain was in Playboy? My cousin used to buy them, and then when he was gone, I'd go through his shit and read them. And I saw there was a video game edition. I was like, oh shit. Sorry, Javi. Blood Rain is good. I beat 1 and 2 around the time they each came out, but I haven't played them much since. It'd be nice to revisit. I never played them on PC. I played the console versions. PS2. Probably the worst way to play it. So I'd be excited to play those on PC. Good boy, who's your favorite superhero? You seem versed in that world. Part of the culture. Smashing everything. I got the same question for you, Queef. Who's your favorite superhero? What? Oh. Nice, nice, nice. I just came off my bike big time. I don't know what that means. That can be gross about it. What does came off mean? You just got off your bike big time. Did you fall? Is that slang for you fell off your bike? If so, I hope you're alright. Or maybe Spawn or Witchblade. Oh, dude, Witchblade? Do you read Darkness? I have a lot of Darkness comics. I'm a big fan. And Zartana. Zatanna or her father?
That isn't actually human.
I skidded off and did a few flips and fucked my thumb up and bent my brake lever and hurt my neck. Damn, dude, you okay?
Monstrous.
Sorry to hear that, buddy. That sounds shitty. Zatanna, okay. Because your dad is like Zartan or something, right? Or does that sound right? She's a legacy character, so I forget, but her dad is also a magician superhero.
This place from somewhere else. From
I knew.
something else.
I had an idea of who you were referring to. There's another one I wasn't sure. If I wasn't wearing the protective jacket, I'd be so fucked right now. Yeah, I feel it, dude. One of my favorite jackets of all time got fucked up when I was in like a bike wreck. Like, it saved my flesh, but I missed that jacket. Satara, yeah, thank you. I knew there was an R, you know? It wasn't a marked police car, and then the car behind me. Wait, you get hit by a car? Then the car wait. I'd be fucked right now, and then the car behind me was an unmarked police car. I mean, no, he stopped and was like, sleepy there, isn't it? In it? He said in it, didn't he? How's your night going, Ninja Dog? I hope you feel better. Injuries are never fun. Hopefully it doesn't require medical attention. Have you played this before? It's pretty fun. I'm playing with a controller because playing this with mouse and keyboard, I just want to play it like Max Payne, but the controls aren't one-to-one, so I just keep doing the wrong thing constantly. Oh shit, there's no stakes. I'm out of stakes. Oh. I would have to say Plastic Man or Luke Cage. Those are two pretty solid choices that you don't hear too often, but I like them. I appreciate that. How do you think it's going? I just fell off my bike. Sheesh. No, as I said that, I was like, that's a stupid fucking question. I hope you feel better.
I could stand to be a bit more careful.
What's this one from?
That one was from a puppeteer in Eastern Europe. He made a deal with the Fae, and I guess he enjoyed it so much that he kept making them. Gave up his name, his memories, until all that was left was a very powerful, very empty man. Practically became a Fae himself.
Do you think I'll give you a scar one day?
If I'm lucky.
Or ride bikes. I won't be able to play games for all ride bikes. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's no good. Sorry to hear that, man. Well, I think there was an area over here I neglected.
Full up. Just coming from the equipment. It's like the Void remixed the Slaughterhouse.
Got him. Got him. It was nice of the policeman to try and not trying to arrest me. That's pretty rare in UK. What did you do wrong to merit being arrested? If so, like, how dare you fall off your bike over there? I have a really bad UK accent. Nothing, but he didn't know that. Oh, okay. Damn. Your cops sound like our cops. Steak. Hell yeah. Hang rounds. The pills. That's cool. All right. Sorry. Let me know if you need a happy ending, Angel. I make house calls. Unless he's been, wait, hold on. Nothing we didn't know that. Unless he's been following me without me noticing. LOL, he did kind of come out of nowhere. It's probably just weird timing. But I'm glad you're not, you know, fucked up. Like hospitalized or something. Yeah, it could always be worse. Could be dead.
It's not good.
Need more steaks. That's me. I thought that was my boo. Well, when the bike started flipping out under me, I was sailing through the air and wondered to myself if I was going to be okay. Yeah, that's kind of how it happens, right?
Really?
It kind of happens in... You know, it's funny. You can be fucking thrown to the ground, and it's like it all happens in slow-mo.
Doesn't particularly help, no.
How did you get down here?
Like this scar came from one motherfucker that almost hit me on a car.
Took the elevator.
He wasn't looking where he was going, and he almost sideswiped me. If I didn't swerve out of the way, I would have gotten hit.
Unless you knew what to look for.
Then I landed right on my shoulder pad and started skidding, and was like, "Yeah, I'm okay." Yeah.
Okay,
Then I saw the car, and I had to jump.
Hey, I get it.
Up and move my bike out of embarrassment.
The big thing, right?
Yes.
Everything go in slow motion.
It's very delicate, and you are why I felt the ripple, aren't you?
Probably.
Yes and no. Yes and no. My def took in more info than usual. Yeah, it's weird, right? I don't know if it's like just a sudden surge in adrenaline or something or what, but just like you're aware of everything as it's happening. Eat room. Actually, I'm gonna quit real quick just because I want to see how far into this fucking game I am. I looked it up. I thought I saw 50 levels, but then I saw another source said there's 47. Curious and how much more I got. Adrenaline rush and shock is still there. Yeah, I hope you feel better, dude. That sucks. 37. Hey! Let me double check real quick. How many fucking levels are in El Paso elsewhere? It's 50. Yeah, chapters. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. I was in a 6-time rollover car accident and should be dead. When did that happen, dude? Didn't know that. When I lived in Arizona, but I was unscathed, and ever since that day, shit's been weird. It's like Final Destination, man. It's gonna come back. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're okay. That sounds terrible. But hey, guys, I'll be right back. I'm actually gonna take like a quick 10-minute break. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right. I got in a car with some friends and dude's car was on a donut. That sucks. And going on the highway going 70. That's all it takes sometimes. There's been some crazy shit under, you know, safe speeds, so to speak. But I'm glad you're okay. That would suck. Damn, I was going like 22 on a bike. That's pretty quick. That's just crazy, you know. So much can happen in the blink of an eye. I think my rear tire is a little bald. I need new tires. My on my car, my 2 front tires are pretty bald right now. Well, they're getting there. Shit popped and we rolled out into the desert, and I wasn't wearing a seatbelt or anything. God damn it, Queef, wear your seatbelt. Yeah, I normally don't take that corner that fast, lol. Yeah, and you rolled out. Yeah, that sucks. But both of you, I'm glad you guys are okay, all right? Now, like I said, I'll be right back, all right? I'm gonna be gone for like 10 minutes. But when I get back, stoner bashing time. Where's my beer operator button? Go puke. No, actually, I'm gonna go get a beer. I'm gonna go grab one. It's at the store though, and it's right there. Here, which beer right back do you guys want? You guys want this one?
I do it all the time.
Or do you want this one? Man, I could use a beer. Shame I didn't drink. Well, this beer goes out to you, buddy. Yeah, I'll use this one. I'll be right back. You mean beer right back? Beer right back? Yeah. 2? You like this one? Okay. Dude, I'm so bummed. I used to have like more accurate like Final Fantasy speech bubbles. I had the gradient, it had like more of like a silver pixely looking outline. Like it looked pretty accurate. But the service I was using, like it was technically like outdated. They never updated their servers, and then Twitch changed the way they do their token authentication. I said that weird, token authentication, and it just desynced one day, and I was like, fuck, no. So I had to stick with this. Doesn't look nearly as good. Oh my god, Humex hard nectar brought to Vinny's party was so good. Oh, I gotta try that. I don't think I tried it that one day. Who brought that? Was that you? I brought. Okay, yeah. I didn't get to try it. But I'll be right back. You're back, guys. I love you. Nobody panic, I'm back, I'm here. Oh wait, hey, what up, Dry? How you doing, man? Welcome back, BB. So, I went out because I wanted a beer, so I grabbed the tall boy, and then while I was out, I was like, I want a fucking taco, man. So I stopped by Roberto's. There's about to be a mukbang for a second. Oh, I'm so excited. All right. Let's see. You're guys gonna hang out with me in hell. It was funny too. Like I ordered the taco and he pulled up, or I pulled up on like the window and he was like, "Just one chicken taco, mijo?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude." These gluttonous motherfuckers. Oh hey, what up? It's like a mess. There's like cheese and lettuce everywhere, but that's how I like it. All right, dude. Nice. You have any plans for Memorial Day? Also, are you in ad hell right now? Probably. Ice cream too. Salsa. Alright, just a quick. Maintaining us with hella ads. Let me know when you're back. I wish the ads hit while I was gone. Or we could talk about it. Punchy line done? Like crunchy line. Yeah, the crunchy taco. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know what that means. You and your British slang. Almost, okay? Almost. It's important. Watching on my new MSI Katana laptop. Oh, that's cool, dude. Hell yeah. Wow, what are the specs?
Calling this in. Put your hands behind your back.
Hey, God damn it, Castle! What, Bowman? Hey, dude, what time you coming tomorrow? Did you look at the cheeseburger phone? Oh shit, I didn't. I forgot to. I'll do it after my taco, I promise. Then I'll check the meme, then I'll get back to the game. What up, Lemon? How you doing, boo-boo? i7 RTX 2050, 8GB RAM. This is a pretty good laptop. A pretty good laptop. I want a taco. What? You want half of this one? What's up, Bish? How you doing, man? Hey, what time you coming over tomorrow? Are you thinking about it, or are you changing your mind now? Well, we want to do some shooting tomorrow. Yeah. Dry, Artie, Lemon. Eva! Ninja! Boy! You lost Queef though. Queef is no longer here. What's up? Yeah, what up, you boy? That works. Works. 1 or 2 p.m. It was a shame because it was a really good bike until it happened. Yeah, that sucks, man. Eva, I'm gonna kick your ass. Wait, why are you gonna kick his? Oh. Because I'm hanging with you instead of her tomorrow. I said, don't worry about it. I wonder if you can like reach out and be like, hey, did I get that footage? Almost done. I can be a mukbang streamer now. Maybe if you let him shoot an automatic rifle, he'd hang out with you instead. Oh, I see. Can you bring that in? So which range are we going to? This is a tasty taco. Doesn't scare me, uwu. I think you used uwu wrong. I don't know, one that lets us play with full auto. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna put this in the trash. Be right back, okay? And then tonight's kind of a real fuck it night. Like I said, I got a tall boy. And then when I was at the store, dude, these guys, they just sell gushers now? We can make some calls tomorrow. Yeah. If not, I mean, I'm down for like just a normal indoor range. They'll just let me shoot my handgun. I just want to do that. But I'm down. There, gushers and beer and tacos. I'm fat. Cyber was streaming with Logan, I think, today. That kid knows how to parry for real. What were they playing? I was actually sad because I woke up after his stream was already over. Because that's what I do on my days off. I sleep till like 3 p.m. Five-second rule. I want the indoor too. Alright, let's do this. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Oh shit, not kind of dumb, extremely dumb. Wait, what's dumb? Oh, that I'm dumb? I've told bro a lot is a lot, but he doesn't listen. A lot is a lot, and he'll, oh, you're talking about spelling? Yeah. A lot isn't a word from earlier. Oh, yeah. I gotcha. Oh yeah, let me see what meme I'm talking about. 1 second. So let me mute the game. One second. All right, let's see what your boy is talking about. Memes. Something about a cheeseburger phone?
If I called you on a cheeseburger phone, would
Oh,
you
I have seen this.
or would you let it go to voicemail? Just be honest with me. If I rang you up and said I was calling from the cheeseburger phone, would you answer the call? Or would you let it go to voicemail?
No one has landlines anymore, though.
You better not be calling
I think my mom might,
cheeseburger phone. If I
which is weird.
you from the cheeseburger phone,
I want a cheeseburger phone. A cheeseburger phone. I'd do it. All right, let's do it. Back to lurkers, guys. Love you. All right, you have a good one. Later, Audie. Art. I need to get nudes of your mom. My mom's taken now, so you can't. Oh, chapter 1. That'd be crazy. All right, let's go. He's like, no. Imagine the Tyrese meme. The no,
James.
please.
You look pretty good.
No, I really don't.
Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't lie.
It's just obvious it doesn't particularly help, no.
How did you get down here?
I think I slipped in at the last minute. Took the elevator. Been here ever since.
You could tell from the outside.
Not really. Not unless you knew what to look for.
So there's no one else.
Probably not.
Okay,
My Bimbo Dream Season 1 is on sale right now. Just kidding aside, getting playing game spot. No, Lemon! Wait!
Right?
Yeah.
Please, no!
Yes, it's...
What's Bimbo Dream Season 1? Can you explain this to me? What's the elevator pitch?
You are why I felt the ripple, aren't you?
Probably.
Some porn name. Funded. You got yourself a deal. You had me at porn.
Wait, what was that?
Bye, Lemon. You son of a bitch.
Did I hear something?
You know what? Don't come tomorrow. Sounds right up my alley. Wish listed.
Equipment littering where it is. How this place ever.
Yeah, I forgot how much gushers just like stick to your teeth though. I'm in hell right now.
Dear God, man.
I don't want this spoiled. That's fair. That's fair. Are you streaming tonight? Depending on how late you're streaming, I might raid you. Aw, kitty. Explosives. Yeah, this game's pretty tight.
Whoever shoved you people together wanted you to suffer. I'm sorry.
Got it. Sure, why not? Since McClary's ain't playing. Hey, do you want to play it right now? We can play RE6 right now. Unless you have other things. I don't know. It just happened. It just happened. It's too late now, motherfucker. Yeah, sorry. Next week. Maybe Monday. I might stream Monday if you want to wrap it up then. I might. Actually, no. I have plans Monday. We can always jerk off together on VC, cams on. That is always a possibility. We could.
It's a chocolate scoop made of human bracelets. It's got crescent sprinkles from actual eyelids and a dreadlock garnish from the islands. Made it fresh because you know I'm on it. You can
How do you not invite it?
favorite toppings. I can get it all.
No girls allowed.
Because I make that trauma extra sweet. Everybody put your hands
Bro, the soundtrack. Some of the songs are actually pretty dope, but I like the tone of it.
Everybody put your hands up, cause it's ice cream man. Everybody good, every day's a fun day.
Oh shit.
Human Sunday. If you want with the quickness, I could use a helping hand or a witness. I could use a taser, use a tip, use some almonds, make this better. I could use an ally.
Oh shit, she hit me. You bitch! Okay, I'm out, peace. Alright, later, Lemon. I hate you.
Fine.
Oh, I died, no! Alright, I need gushers. That's what that is. This game soundtrack is good. Do I like it? Alright. It adds a lot of personality to this game, and it sets apart from any other, like, Max Payne clone, you know what I mean?
At least we didn't get to leave.
You're going to the flesh room too. Fine.
Sounds like music I wish. Sounds like music I could make. Oh, dude, you should.
I smile back and I say yes, sir. I'm your local, mobile, friendly monster. Everybody put your hands up, cause it's ice cream man about to instruct. Everybody good, every day's a fun day. When you got yourself a human Sunday. Everybody put your hands up, cause it's ice cream man's on the come up. Everybody good, every day's a fun day. We got yourself a human Sunday. Everybody
Taking a scenic vacation at a cold one.
ice cream man's about to instruct. Everybody good, every day's a fun day. When you got
Always need ammo.
human Sunday. Everybody put your hands up.
Nice. Nice. Dude, am I gonna have a boss right now, or? It's doing the thing where just like, everything's refilled now. See.
Fantastic. Iron Man is trying to keep me from the hostage. I just think it would have more empathy.
Oh shit. Oh, puppeteer, no, not you too! Not you too! Fuck!
Gotta drive steak in.
Let's see. There you are. Come here, you fucker. Hate that guy. The puppeteer sucks. Hello, Governor. Angel! How's it going? What'd it do? How was you? I'm playing, we have Max Payne at home, but it's really good. Angel, I got you another follow.
They're gonna eat me.
It's...
I can't die.
Is good? You're saying you're having a good night?
Okay, I'm done.
Oh, fuck! Fuck, I need more pills. Grab some pills. I thought that random follow was a little suspicious. No, I just keep talking you up every time I see new people in chat. You're like this close. Thank you, no problem. Hello, Dry. Okay, that's it. I thought there was like a breakable or something. Oh, fuck, I fell. Need more health. What are you streaming again? No pressure, no rush.
I could wash my brain.
Just enjoying this moody ass game today.
Alright, back to the graveyard. Nice to see something familiar and horrifying for once. Okay, those are pretty big statues.
Dang. I will stream today, but I'm in a new Knicks fan, so and I'm dying to see them. Went and watched at the sportsbook earlier. Oh, nice. I didn't realize you were into sports. Well, hope you had fun. I hear something. Damn, did I get it? I got him.
Always breaking things.
I am, and yes, it was a lot of fun. Sweet. I feel bad. Cash Cow keeps trying to get me to watch like hockey games and stuff, and I'm just like, oh, oh.
At some point, humans again decided that it was a romantic thing to cavort beneath the sky. I know what privilege it is to have walls. Our bed will do just fine, thank you very much.
Our bed.
We need gushers.
Our bed.
Kill the angels, get an heart. Seems fair to me.
Music kind of reminds me a little bit of Hotline Miami right now. Gushies, yeah, dude, they're so good. What are you up to tonight? What are you doing? Oh fuck! Damn it. Should've known. Let me do the rifle. I keep taking damage like this. Oh! Oh shit, that scared me. Hey, gushers and beer. That's healthy, right? Damn it, I thought it penetrated. It was supposed to. I thought my shots went through the rifle. What? fuck. Bitch. Got her. Finally figured out this game's gameplay, and it such reminds me of a little game called Chili Con Carnage. Basically, this is a Max Payne clone. And Chili Con Carnage was the Max Payne formula in somewhat open world. Also, Chili Con Carnage, that's a PSP version. Are you talking about, don't tell me. Fuck! What's the, because there's a PSP version of this game called Chili Con Carnage, but the console version was called something like, don't tell me. A tequila or something. He plays a dude named Ramos. I'm gonna look it up. Chili Con Carnage. Because this one was better. It's Total Overdose. Winning on my new AVI to up. Oh yeah, and then I'm hanging out on VRC, but with my baby Goyles. Okay, I was about to say. Well, either way, you have fun. How new is it?
I want to live. Thank you.
Is this one as cool as the last one? I completely blocked him, Joe. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's what's up. They're done. Good. They can't play nice, you know? This is why you can't have nice things. Right, what the fuck? Why am I not invited to the VC Circle Jerk? Well, you can't jerk. You gotta have, you know, you lack the parts. Yeah, you need a penis. Yeah, it's not, not circle jerking, not circle flicking.
I'm full up.
Need a penis. Fuckers. I was almost full health. Sam's cabinet. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
This is real.
And then you walk away like with your slightly louder footprints or footsteps. And you can't forget the where am I going? Is there another angel? Stop making noises. See, when I hear that, I don't know if it's just atmosphere or if there's like an enemy nearby. See you, motherfucker. Ooh, boy, you fucking with your red eyes having. Oh, fuck. You're going down now. Going down hard. Couple points if anybody knows where that's from. That stupid line I keep saying. Oh shit. Because apparently a movie is in development. I would really look forward to that if they keep this visual tone, you know, and the music. Uh-oh.
You want answers. Answers are blood.
I saw 3. Where is it? Hey, you're out there. Do it. Bitch. Is that it? Where's the exit now? Let me out. So, steak? Give me steaks. I like a medium rare. How do you like your steaks? game makes me feel like I'm going deaf sometimes, just because like the way it handles the gun audio sometimes, where it's like really muffled. Ooh, what'd you get, Bongo Cat? What'd you get, buddy? He's excited too. What'd you get? What'd you get? Ah, a duplicate, a cute-eyed one.
You're going to.
There's a lot more to the story than I expected.
I'm so sorry.
You need to apologize to me.
I followed him. It's my fault. I didn't think I was that person anymore. But he was drunk and he practically fell into my arms and I was so hungry.
What do you need from me right now?
Am I a monster?
No.
Yeah?
Do you see me as a monster?
Oh, the show's anal.
You made a mistake.
I did it on purpose. I did all the steps.
Mistakes can be on purpose. You're human.
I don't think she's human.
Supernatural or not, you are human.
Do you think vampires are human?
And I am here for you.
I think vampires are vampires. You're ex-human. You're X-Man.
Like out of town, but you aren't a monster. And this won't happen again.
Technically, they are human.
We'll make sure of it. Together.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You cried less the second time.
What's like saying a person with cancer is no longer
mentioned how upset you were with yourself.
I guess that depends on the lore itself, right? Is this infliction supernatural or just biological, right?
We just both knew.
Because you know, like how different media is just like, oh, okay, this is clearly like, oh, they made a pact with the devil and their souls, whatever. And then sometimes they're like, oh no, it's like a little parasite,
creating artifacts,
like in The Strain.
Memories, distorting them.
I think he's in the cage thinking he can fix her. I could try to fix her. I could change her, guys.
I've always wanted to know more about you, Janet.
Have you seen The Strain? Or read it?
We'll discuss this further.
Oh shit, we'll discuss this later? Damn. No? It's pretty good. Like, I was talking with Jay a little bit about it. I get it. I know, at least, it's specifically American, but there's this whole thing with vampires where it's like they're kind of sexy, you know? I don't know if it's like some correlation with like body fluids or whatever, but they're fuckables, right? I like when vampires are monsters. I like them in like 30 Days of Night, and I love them in The Strain, that kind of stuff.
That could have been worse.
Know what I'm saying? The Strain's cool. Pills. What do we got? We got witches? Probably. Yep. Hi, whore. We're still under the thought that it is an alien, by the way. So that's my opinion. I mean, I'm not arguing, because he was kind of... he was like arguing with you. I think in the basis definition, he is technically an alien. But he's more than that. To say he's an alien kind of limits what he really is, you know? Would a frozen tampon be a popsicle for a vampire? Fucking gross, but probably. Like a little tasty treat. He is technically an alien. But he also, like, he's not even like a physical being, you know? Like, what he is fucking terrifying. Like, it's so metaphysical. It's really cool. And I'm always down to get your opinion.
Ceilings everywhere.
So unlike some people, I'm not a complete douche when it differs from mine.
Rooms.
To me, it doesn't matter if it's physical or not. It's a life form that is alien to our dimension. Okay, yeah. Then yeah, if that's your classification, then he is an alien. It's the nerd in me wants to throw a little asterisk on it. But strictly speaking, yeah, he is alien. But fun fact, the clown that we see isn't even like him. It's like an avatar. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Same. Which one of you motherfuckers is alive? I don't want to get surprised later. So we both could have our way. Yeah. Were you guys playing Darktide or Vermintide yesterday? It was Darktide, right? Hills are full. Nice. I got her? Okay, I got her. What? My accuracy. My panic. Bitch. We did Darktide. Was that your first time? How you liking it? Cause I like Vermintide too, but I think Darktide looks cooler.
My shot skin.
Also, I'm more into fuck. I'm more into Warhammer 40k than typical like fantasy Warhammer. Oh, it's reloading. Got her. And got her. I'm just getting trippier. And I said earlier, the aesthetic of it, at times, like in this area, it actually reminds me a lot of American McGee's Alice. A game I would like to stream one of these days. And its sequel.
Vampires.
Over here. Ah. Fuck. Any more stakes? Let me go back, actually. Oh. Okay, I'll save you.
Couldn't hold more if I tried.
How about now? And where are the stakes at? I like being topped off. I know what I'm saying.
This time with my roulette, which one of you fuckers is gonna try to kill me?
I'm sure the ones with the horns tend to do it. Oh. Okay, they're on the other side. I hear gates and stuff opening. Scare me like that. Shotgun ammo full? I should use my shotgun. So, come back for you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. More stakes? Yeah. Yeah. I just want to play Buffy now.
Okay.
I just don't want to be surprised, like I said. And I'm running out of stakes. This might be bad. Actually, fuck it. Just because there's those big motherfuckers that, like, I need to stake them. Nice. What? That is quick. Gusher.
Someone save me. Please. Who's gonna save you?
Save myself, kid. I just have regular vampires in this game. They were energy vampires. It just made you feel emotionally drained. I think the game story is kind of doing that for me. I really left out. Well, maybe not. I feel it though. You know what's funny? You actually reminded me, have you ever seen the Blade anime? Because that game is really, or game, that movie is really cool. Show. Goddamn. The series is cool because like, it's kind of like a globe-trotting show. So he goes to different countries and stuff, and they deal with their vampires, you know? So there's like Japanese vampires, there's European vampires, there's American ones, and there's like the cool Filipino ones, like the Manananggal, where it's like the bitch will fucking separate her upper half and lower half, and then she's like the big proboscis, you know? I feel like the Blade anime needs more credit than it gets. Also, have you seen What We Do in the Shadows? It's the funniest show ever made. I'll die on that hill. Just kidding, it's not, and there's no hill to die on. Seinfeld's also up there. Community, and Arrested Development. Even the Blade TV show that was live action, I think it was on HBO. It was on Spike TV. It wasn't that great, but I appreciate it for existing. With Sticky Fingers as Blade. A rapper who I've never heard a single one of his songs. He's just bending shit. I know him more for like being Debo's sidekick in Next Friday than being an actual rapper. Okay, we're good. I got everything. I think I'm in like the last final stretch. I would like to finish this tonight. That's my goal. And if I'm really in like the last what? Let me see. Sticky Fingers was an Onyx. They did a song Slam and the song Pyro. Never. I might have heard them, but I've never heard of Onyx. Start chapter 37. No, that was chapter 40. Dang. All right, give me my reticle back. I can't see. Oh shit. They eat hearts. Sticky Fingers. I should just wait for them to come to life instead of wasting what few stakes I have. I did take damage, but that was cool. Oh shit.
That's fucked.
Oh shit! Not the puppeteer. Fucking hate this guy. Is Onyx a rap group? You have to educate me. Okay. There. Alright, got it. Alex is a 90s group now. Oh, Onyx. They were big at their time. Good. Like I said, I really just know the guy from Debo's sidekick or whatever in Next Friday. And then Blade for a second. And then he was also in something else.
It's because of what I am, isn't it? That's why the birds quiet as I approach and the cats lie down in fear.
Hey, if you couldn't handle being a vampire, then don't
You
turn.
were never afraid of me. But you couldn't speak, could you? God wouldn't let you whisper even a word. My little puppy. My Figaro.
That's a good name for a puppy.
You never let me hear you sing.
This game really got me wondering things that I never thought about before. What do you do, women vampires? Oh. Well, I mean, if you want to get into that, can vampires like actually have offspring? Like a lot of this really does depend on the source material for the lore. You're going like traditional vampires, like supernatural, like you gotta invite these motherfuckers in, or you know, did 2 lesbian vampires, you know.
The family was firmly embedded in the Victorian middle class. That's how we ended up in this manor. She had sisters, brothers, a home, and lost it all. Hell of a way to transport your next of kin.
I love this game's atmosphere. Typhoid. Oh, I see you. I see you, Angel. Squirrel tactics! Oh, shit! Bitch. You alive too? Oh. Well, now I'm gonna go back because I think I left. No, I thought those pills. And I really like the music. At what point did the vampire stop being human to you, Shat? I mean, I would say if it's irreversible, I don't think you classify as human anymore. Because I mean, you don't even have to really like eat or sleep, right? It's just blood that sustains you. Well, I guess you do sleep in like in a coffin or whatever. But like I'm saying, I think it depends on the type of vampire you are. Like Buffy vampires, I don't think those are human because they don't have a soul most of the time, you know? And they even say it's like their soul is replaced by like a demon. So like that's why I keep like stating it. To me, it depends on the lore and the type of vampire. Something like in The Strain, not human anymore, as a fucking parasite-ridden thing. Oh, I know I'm not answering your question. I'm trying to think because that's a good question. I would say if they're still able to like maybe fight their urges, like sometimes, like I would say Blade is kind of human because Blade vampires, that's like stuck in science, right? Like that's they're sick basically. Like that's what I said, like affliction. And I think it's curable. So I think Blade vampires are human.
I became the breadwinner. You know the story.
I'm actually having trouble answering this. That's a good question. 30 Days of Night. I don't think those are human. Morbius. Not human. Maybe like a subhuman or like a different like a subspecies, right? Like you know like X-Men, they have Homo superior and Homo erectus and all that kind of stuff. Sinners? I don't think they're human. They're vampires. Oh, I like that. Wait, what part? What part do you like? I just be rambling. Do you think the Irish vampire from the show Preacher would be human? Oh, Cassidy? I actually read those comics. It's a fucking brilliant series. That's like Garth Ennis' best work in my opinion. Fuck! Oh! Wait! I'm not ready! Fuckers! Hold on. I'll get back to you. I'm fighting for my life here. Still homo, just different homo. Exactly. The part where they're a different species or race. Well, not even the same, like... No. Wait. That was me. I would say different species because like race and species aren't the same. You know, we have different races, but we're all the same species. But yeah, I think like a Homo vampiro. Something, I don't know. Because I actually do think, fuck. I think Blade, I think Marvel and Blade, I think they classify them as different, like a subhuman kind of thing.
That explains the manner. There's pain that doesn't explain.
Homo nocturnus, something like that is what I want to say. What Blade calls vampires. Ah, fuck. Oh shit, man. All right. You know what, Joey? Do better. Don't let this deep vampire talk distract you. But yeah, like I said, for me it really depends on the nature of it and how these vampires are portrayed. Like my biggest examples would be something like Twilight versus something like fucking The Strain. The Strain is, to me, some of the coolest vampires ever. You know what I like about it? You can tell that Guillermo del Toro, because he made that. He has a clear interpretation of like what a vampire is. He likes his sciencey vampires. Because you can trace that back into Blade 2 even. Like the vampires that are in the Reapers that he made from for Blade 2, they're basically the vampires in The Strain. Just fucking monsters, man. Yeah, I like when they're rooted in science. It's something plausible. Yeah. Like they try to do it. They like, honestly, dude, you should check out The Strain. It's really fucking good. they explain like the reasoning behind a lot of the lore, like, oh, the reflections are like this because of this, or it's transferred because of this. Like, it's really cool. If you like sciencey vampires, you're doing yourself a disservice by not like, watch the first season or just the first couple episodes and see if it's something you're into. I fucks with it heavily. and they're fucking scary. God damn it, Castle! Am I back here again? Okay, at least they have like checkpoints. Thank you, game.
Gotcha.
Oh shit. Oh, good music. Whatever track is playing right now. Somebody should rap on it. Your boy, get on it. Yeah, those are cool vampires. Or if you want a good read, I only read the first one because I think it's like a series of like 3 or maybe even 4 books. The first Strain book is really, really good. And he goes out of his way to explain like the typical tropes in science. Much to where like it's still bullshit, but like I'm like, hey, there's an explanation, and I like it. Oh shit.
Love you too. We're really gonna kill each other, aren't we?
I don't think I'm gonna survive this game. I think we are gonna kill each other. They'll be reunited in heaven or whatever. Or because she's a vampire, she goes to hell or something. So they're never gonna be together.
I don't think the light outside
it's poetic.
is what Glue move for.
Oh, I like that. Rocket science. That's very control of you, game.
And there's the drop. Luckily, it doesn't have to kill me if the void strands me in space first.
Ship shaking. Space captain. Down. Set phase or set up your tractors. I am untouched despite all your laughter. I am what's chosen. I see what's real. Psycho emo to gravital fields. I can leap stars. I can feel a billion parsecs passing me by.
That's just mean.
I looked into the eye of something bigger.
Oh shit.
From the start, and I continued to fly.
Fuck. Any more? Are we done here? It was kind of cool, but scary. Ah, give me a break. There's ammo over there. Oh shit. Rifle ammo's full. Oh, what the fuck? No! Ah. Alright, Bongo Cat. What'd you get? Got a Santa hat. Nice.
That's just me.
Right, let me try the... Oh. Require accuracy. Type in chat. Just you? Never just one of you bitches? Oh shit. Die, lady! Did I get her? I got her. Oh yeah, I forgot I have this now. Fuck you. Obstagoon. Oh my god, I looked it up. Looks like a furry dumb name for a dumb Pokemon. Hold on, I gotta see this. Oh shit, I almost dropped the controller. Obstagoon? He doesn't look like a furry. That's terrible. He's like if Lobo had a persona. Nice. I hate it. I hate him so much. What is this? A shiny? Gross.
Can't hold more.
Let's see if there's any more pills. Let me backtrack a little bit. Uzi. Ooh, I could use the Uzi for a while. It's got, you know, dick for range, but, you know. Did I open it? Oh, it's this way. Yeah. That's a dumb Pokemon. Pokemon, I don't know.
How the fuck did I end up here?
It's just not as good to me anymore, you know? Like that magic when we were like kids.
Is it? Again with the...
There was one time in Jay's chat where I said that furries were one step away from bestiality. And the furry came in chat and was like, I am not a zoophile. The fact that they know that term. That's funny, dude. Please tell me that's clipped. Do you know the game? I'll go through his YouTube and find it.
Meat.
I don't remember. Dang. That's pretty great, though.
I can use this.
That one step away from bestiality. No! No! Like, I get it, man. There's like so many types of people in this world, but furries are weird. That's funny. I wish I was there to see that. I am not a new file. I wish I was there for that chat exchange. Was Jay involved? Like, was there like a little argument? I like this track. I like this game. Finally. Oh wait, did I see? No. I was mildly involved. Okay. I would love to. I would just love to hear it like that. That's all. You try to be nice. Shame. That'd be one where I'd just be like, you know, like the popcorn meme. Just sit there and enjoy the show.
Phase or set up your tractors. I am untouched despite all your.
Yeah, that's a meaty cube.
Chosen. I see what's
oblong.
Echoey mode of gravital fields. I can leave stars.
Oblong. You ever watch the Oblongs? That was a good show. Ooh, barely. Oblongs. Oblongs. Oh shit. When that person said it's a file, I immediately thought of that one comedian trying to explain pedophile. Yeah, dude, the oblongs. Yeah, you know what's up. What was it? The dad had no limbs. He had like a weird boil, and the sister had like what? No arms or no? She had the boil. I forget. Anyway, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. And he's like, he's actually a good comedian. The one that looks like a skinny Jeff Goldblum. Mom was a bald smoker. Yeah, she had that big wig. That's right. And she had that red dress. But yeah, he's like, and the reason we don't make that distinction is because it's hard to explain that without sounding like a pedophile. That's a good joke, man. That's a great joke. That's a really good joke. That's I'm the man. Oh shit. Take that, witch. You know a movie that's a guilty pleasure of mine? Like, I wish there were sequels. Was Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters? It's just such a bonkers movie. It should be a franchise, goddammit. According to Jay, most movies are guilty pleasures for you. That's fair. I mean, we like what we like. At least I don't need to be told what to enjoy. The reviews say, who gives a fuck? What do you think? I love that one. Yeah, see? Bro, you mean the one with Rainer? Yeah, Rainer and Gemma Arterton, that beautiful woman.
I'm not sure I know what you're getting.
She's like my
Your blood sounds
14th wife.
wrong.
It was so good. Thank you.
Slow.
See, Dry, you get it. Movies don't have to be good to be enjoyable. And even then, if we like it, we like it. Who gives a shit?
Isn't the first time.
Want to see where the witch made that one guy kill himself? Yeah. Or actually, I like the plot point that because when they were children, they ate the candy house. He's diabetic, so he needs his serum, which is insulin. I thought that was... It's goofy, but it was fun. Did Will Ferrell produce that?
Up and down, up and down.
Yeah, like the sequels. We like the sequels. The Star Wars sequels, right?
Probably would have died if I didn't.
If you stop me, you won't be able to leave this place.
That's why when I chat around, I'm trying to make the distinction now. Because people think that just because I think a movie, like I like it, that it's good or I recommend it. No. I get it. I understand review scores, but I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to myself.
I've been believing that for a very long time.
Like, oh, I had fun with it, but I don't know. Rotten Tomatoes says this, so it's shit.
Yes. It is.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm still eating gushers. Hey, guess what?
If you're still worried, Broccoli, you should see less of your pants on me.
I would really hope that the movie based on this is good. Like, imagine like Sin City but colorful, if that makes sense. Like, I imagine like being like that aesthetic, that look. Just with like this cool like neon vibe. And this music. And Lakeith Stanfield's a great actor, so I'd be down. Like, apparently he's attached to play this guy.
You know she isn't steering the ship, only opening the door for it. But she shouldn't get to worry about me. Not now, not down here.
Have you seen Mutant Chronicles with Ron Perlman, dude? You're the only other person I know who's seen that movie. Jesus Christ, right? Yeah, I saw that in high school. I thought I made that movie up. That's how much that's how little I hear about it. I really liked it. I haven't seen it in years, but I remember liking it. That's funny.
Full up.
You get it, Dry. You get it.
Someone save me.
We're same. It's like Spider-Man, you like in Spider-Verse when his Spidey sense goes off, he's like,
Save me.
hold on, I'll save you. He's like, you're like me.
Who's gonna save you?
Dude, I haven't thought about that movie in forever. I'm having like flashbacks. I'm just downloading scenes right now. And I'll oh shit!
Save the rest. Can't carry more.
Oh, there you are. I knew I heard two. Uh-oh. I don't get paid to believe, I get paid to fuck shit up. I like that. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, how's your little... Not little, I'm gonna try to make light of it, but how's your efforts in quitting going? My penis? Yeah. No, smoking. Oh, smoking, yeah. It's ass. Good? Oh shit, I gotta just fucking rush in there and kill him. Die, fucker! Goddy. I miss it dearly though. You'll be okay, man. I'm proud of you for getting this far. I got a green heart, yeah. But yeah. And I'm sorry if me bringing it up, like, you're like, oh, fuck. You have a craving now or something. If you actually, if you've been on it, I think you're doing great. Nah, it's completely fine. Good. I don't mind people bringing it up. I mean, it's kind of a big deal, right? Wait, okay, they're here. Hey, Uzi, bitch. Excuse Uzi. There's something near me. Oh. What's conquering without struggle? I like that. Is that like an actual phrase? I like it. Put that on a shirt, dude. Jay should sell merch and that should be on a shirt. You know, the only thing he's conquering is my last nerve. No. I get it on my lower back. No, I like it. It actually reminds me of that one line in, because it kind of went viral. I think it's mostly because they turned him into Vishon. Remember? I don't know if you've seen WandaVision, but what was the quote? It was, what is mourning if not love? Endearing? Or something like that. And I was like, damn. He's spitting.
You're a hero.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that, something to that effect, but like I heard that and I was like, like it got me. I was like, that goes a little hard, man. Yeah, what is loss or what is mourning but love, like not love endearing or something like that. I think I just butchered it, but also they did that one thought experiment in WandaVision when Vision was fighting himself. Yeah, with White Vision, the True Vision. And then Hex Vision. The ship thesis. How did it go? It's a direct quote, because I remember the discussion. Is it the one where it's like, hey, if you replace this and that, is it still the same, whatever? Is it that thing? Like the Lincoln's axe?
Like bare metal, like corroded.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That was a good show. And then fucking Agatha came out 5 years later. It's like, I don't care anymore. They're both the original ship. Yeah. I like that.
Always need ammo.
That show was smart. Like, it had so much going for it. That's probably one of the best, if not the best, like, little Marvel TV experiment that they were doing. Not including the Netflix ones. Oh shit. Jumpluff? Is this another Jigglypuff?
Fucking hell.
Do it! Fuck off! You fucker! You cocksucker! Stop breaking shit. Oh. Hold on, because I actually do think I left, like, stuff behind. Let me see. Let me just do a quick pass, because I'd like to make sure I'm caught up on everything. Yeah, because I actually hated Hawkeye. That show sucks. The only part of Hawkeye that I liked, I'll go as far as to say, I loved fucking Rogers the Musical. That Avengers play that they have in the show. I was like, yo, I would actually go watch that. And apparently they play it at Disney World or Disneyland, one of those motherfuckers, which I've never been, but I would go just for that. Just to watch Rogers the Musical. I can do this all day. Oh, I love it. That's the good stuff, man. That cheese, that's fuck, dude. I can live off that. But yeah, the rest of Hawkeye sucks. I love Jeremy Renner. That show sucks.
There's something wrong with my blood. Thuggerly's right about that. At least.
Chip of thesis. I actually thought I forgot that was what it was called.
Are off balance. My brain says I've been here 2 weeks, but my body is playing the same steady message. It says I'm dying.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's gonna survive.
I may not even reach the bottom. If I die before then,
it's a cool thought experiment to see how dumb people are.
I don't know what this was all for.
In what way?
And if I try to kill Doc,
am I dumb?
When she still hasn't laid a finger on me.
Please say no.
I won't be able to live with myself for the time I have left.
It's like an IQ, something that dumb people think smart people have.
I wish the thing I am was stronger.
Now, people who say that the ship using all new parts is not the original ship, I'm back. Hey, what up, Ninja Dog? I feel ya. Because, I mean, that thought experiment can apply to us. We're a completely different group of cells we are than when we were born, you know? We're the same person.
Where that new worker stuff is coming from, by the way. And I don't want the machinery, it's from the
Yeah, exactly. Because we're dumb people, yeah. Is this the Duke Nukem theme?
Number 2 mass industrialization. Who represents that more than the food industry?
Welcome back, Ninja. It actually fucked me up a little bit. All the meat, I kept trying to dodge. I'm just like dodging into shit. But yeah, I forget what the map is on it, but like there is a certain rate as to where like the same cells we are like completely different from what we were at a certain point, you know? Cells divide, cells die. What the fuck? I didn't even see that. Scared me a little bit. What? Okay, oh, okay.
So,
Drake becomes
Dracula, which becomes Dracula. If I have that.
She's even my Dracu Bay.
I'm not sure if I should bring
The
this
look
up.
Polly Shoddy.
Dracula. How do you feel about him?
It's nice.
Poke her head out again.
To watch yourself be remembered. I'm one of the classic monsters, you know? And I was proud that my actions and status were not connected to my sex.
Oh!
If everyone thought I was a man, then I had...
Is this bitch
being a woman.
Dracula?
No one would suspect it was me. It kept me safe.
How do you feel about it?
That's kind of a twist. I actually didn't know that. That's cool.
Not worse, but different.
Nice. My ex-girlfriend's Dracula, dude. I just keep looking at I keep checking the wrong corners. I don't know how to clear room for shit. God damn it. Chat, would you date a vampire? Yeah, basically. The last one sucked the life right out of me. Depends on the vampire, to be honest. Like, if you've seen the strain, they're gross, dude. They're like all bald. They actually have to like put makeup on and wigs to look normal. But if it's like a cool, like hot one, like everywhere else, then yeah, sure. Also, is this like an actively hunting vampire, or is this like one of the ones that'll eat like pig blood on weekends? Cause I'll just look at it as her taking her medicine, you know? If she's constantly killing people, then nah, I don't think I could. I can't like, hey, how was your day, babe? And she's like, you know, I killed a hobo on the way home, and I ate the cop that tried to pull me over. I mean, I'm already a night owl, so I mean. I like the music. Oh, puppeteer! Get the fuck back here! Get the fuck back here! Got him. Thank. Would you? Would you try? I think I could. And like I said, it just depends on how much of a fucking monster she is. Oh shit! Fuck! It all ends so quickly! Oh shit, that almost killed me. Are you dumbass? I thought I had a different weapon equipped.
Couldn't hold more if I tried.
I did it again. My date with the president's daughter. Oh shit. That's not fair, game. This is totally the Duke Nukem music. We do these Uzi. Wait, excuse me, Uzi. Wish me luck. Yeah, I think I could. But like I said, it depends on the just how much. All it's missing is, why am I doing this while holding poo? Wait, what? She's full on vamp. So she's like straight up like give me an example. Give me like a movie example of the type of vampire we're talking about. I'll let you know if I can handle that. Duke Nukem, when they added that poo hold hand mechanic. Oh! Wait, there was a wait. Oh! Yeah, because you can throw shit in forever, right? Is that what you're talking about? We can never just put it down. Another perfect example, but you're gonna say yes, hands down. Let's see. Let's hear it. Cause like, Dry, you're like my favorite DJ. So if you know that. Like I should take notes when I talk to you. Queen Ash, is that for Queen of the Damned? Without question. Yeah. Can't carry more. Like me. The fuck hit me? What is hitting me? What the fuck is that? Am I getting? Is there something through the wall? She's a movie vampire vamp. She's a more vampire vamp. Wait. She's the movie vampire vamp. Is that what you're saying? She's a babe, man. Man, gone too soon. The most. Okay, yeah. Cause she's a fucking monster. Also, like, hi.
Don't need more.
Can you introduce me? He's like JP from fucking Grandma's Boy. Like, did you see me? Total butthead moment of, hey baby. Yeah, exactly. I see you, I like blood too. I just lie.
Couldn't hold more if I tried. Love an executive bathroom.
You like rock bands? I like rock bands. Same. Yeah, 100%. Mostly just because, also those vampires, like they are terrible, but like there's like a whole society of those kinds of vampires. You know what I mean? Like even if I abandon my humanhood, my humanity, I still have my people. I know it's based on the same book series, but is Queen of the Damned like a movie, a sequel to Interview with the Vampire? Bo! Shit! What up, Bo? How you doing, man? Bo, I love you so much. You're getting a shout out. I can shout you out over here, buddy. How you doing, dude? I'm playing the best Max Payne clone so far, after Stranglehold. How was you, dude? How was you doing? Let's see what we got. Yes, Queen of the Damned is
Oh my
considered a
God,
loose
Skeleton
sequel to
Army.
Event Empire, although it's not a direct continuation of the movie. Okay,
Follow me to
that was my
battle.
question. I didn't know if it was like a sequel. You know, oh shit, Max Payne? Well, it's not exactly Max Payne. It's clearly inspired by Max Payne. But I'm a vampire hunter trying to kill my ex. Who may or may not be the Dracula. Is that Dark Souls? What is that? Was that Dark Souls? Don't have enough. Oh, nice, dude. I'm just watching Dry's fucking programming at work over here. I did have to sell some stuff. I'm not sure if me throwing it counts as like the dialogue needed to keep my funds up and stuff. I had to sell my extra Pokeballs because I had a lot of shit. I had like a bunch of like Cherish balls and Premier balls and just stuff I don't really care about. But how you doing? How you doing, Dry? And Bo. How you guys doing? Got him. Okay, catch Ultra Ball. I'm just wasting him now. It's buddy. No, honestly, it's actually kind of nice because I look over and I see what's happening, even if I'm not actively part of it. It's very convenient. My favorite unofficial sequel is Snowpiercer. Explain. Is it an unofficial sequel to Train to Busan? Doing great, even better now that I'm watching a fucking Shattered Limit stream. Oh, thanks, man. That means a lot. Yeah, this seems cool. If you want like a cool, because you sound like you know Max Payne. I wouldn't say this is like the same tone, even, or even like difficulty challenge, but like it's a fucking vibe. I like the music. I like the story a lot so far. Wait, let me in. It's a sequel to Willy Wonka? In what way? What the fuck? Hold on, I've never heard this. Is this like a fan theory? Okay, how long is this? Because I'm actually down. If it's like in this way, okay. Let me see how long this is. 15? Ooh, that's kind of long. It's very long, but it's queued up. I will watch it after stream. If it was like 5 minutes, I would watch it on stream. But I'm so curious. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. I'm into that kind of stuff. Oh, nice. I wasn't even aiming for that guy. It's gonna blow your mind. I'm trying to think of other like cool like fan stuff like that. I feel like I had some good ones before. It'll come to me. Because a lot of the stuff I'm thinking of is like canon. Like how Jack Harkness is the face of Bo. If you're a Doctor Who fan. If not, then you probably have no idea what the fuck I just said.
I can't die, not here. Thank God.
Honestly, the saving hostages bit like this kind of reminds me a lot of Die Hard trilogy PS1, if you guys have played that before. Yeah, I haven't seen any Doctor Who. Dude, I will say, as goofy as it is, it's some of the best sci-fi stories I've ever experienced. Like it's fucking it goes there. It's fucking crazy. But it gets dark randomly. Really cool monsters, but I think one of the coolest things I just appreciate about it is it's just really good sci-fi. Like it reminds, I would put it on par with Star Trek, dude. You know, like Star Trek gets fucking weird and it's like, oh, let's go to a planet where everyone's a fucking 1970s gangster. And they'll tell you one of the coolest stories ever. They can only exist in like that setting of sci-fi. How? Dare you? Better stop with that Stargate SG-1. Bro, Cash Cow is the biggest Stargate fan I know, and I like Stargate too. I didn't realize you were a fan of that. Because I like the whole like Ancient Aliens stuff, and that's a whole show based on that, basically. And I like how like the Asgard or like the Greys. Only the movie though, not the show. Oh, you said SG-1, you son of a bitch. SG-1 is the show. Or are you talking about the SG-1 movies? The movie fucking slaps. Yeah, Roland Emmerich. I have that movie right next to me on VHS. And I also have it on DVD.
Can't carry it.
Also, one of the coolest like movie scores of all time. Ba-da, ba-da-da-da-da. Oh shit.
Doug only mentioned the warehouse. Owned by a man of means, thought himself a monster out there. Things were bad and she lost a lot of power recovering.
No, cause I said SG1 because you said Doctor Who was the best sci-fi show. Oh, okay. I got you. It's definitely up there, man. Like as bonkers as it is, they at least capitalize on its premise, you know? Like there's really dope lore built around it, and they take advantage of it. It's like there's this episode with fucking Vincent Van Gogh, and it's fucking like it's like a tearjerker.
Luckily did survive that warehouse, though. Always surviving. That's the Janet Drake story in a nutshell.
Except I didn't cry because I'm a man. We don't do that. I'm just kidding. I cried during Coco. You know what was a good show? The Lost of Space, the reboot of Lost of Space. I like that one a lot. I liked what I saw. I didn't actually get too far into it. Not that I didn't like what I saw. I think I was just exposed to a lot at once, and I'm pretty sure I was going through a breakup. It's like fuck this show. But I'd like to watch that.
I'm full up.
I like Parker Posey. I like who else is in that show? Might be the only one I recognize. Hey, you know what I liked, Dry? You're not gonna believe this. I like the Lost of Space movie. No shame. I believe it. No shame. Yeah, hell yeah. Say it with your chest. Name's long. Oh shit. What I'm gonna do? I keep going left. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I need to use a stake.
Oh shit, I don't have one. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Gotta change tactics.
I need a steak. Song, man. Sucking on my titties like you want to come in. I don't know the words. That's what the beat reminds me of right now. Fuck the paid away. Fuck, I can't kill him without a steak.
As much pain as this place bears for Dogalay. Don't sense distaste in the geometry. There's no shared feeling.
Oh lord, he's coming.
Like
I see him over there too.
Translation.
Give me a steak, goddammit. There we go. Hell yeah, brother. Got it.
Okay, he's vulnerable.
Dry. Do you have a favorite movie? want to say no, I don't. So many to choose from, but I'll watch Independence Day anytime. Nice. That's a good one. Welcome to Earth. Nice. That's a good choice. Would it be easier if I was like, hey, what's your favorite action movie, or what's your favorite horror movie, what's your favorite like fantasy or something? What the hell is that smell? He just yells at the alien corpse. Dude, that was like when Will Smith was just like, at like the top, you know? Okay, and then these Will Smith was fucking God. Action, probably T2. Ooh, good choice, man. Dude. Okay, so the first time I saw that movie, I was 7 or 8. I cried. Another movie that made me cry. Shit.
Yeah, I'm not climbing that.
Horror has to be Mama, except for that terrible ending. Dude, the effects. Dude, you want to not sleep tonight? Watch the fucking like. There's like screen tests of how to get Mama working, you know? Of like bitches just crawling around on the floor, and I'm just like, ah! It's fucking scary.
Shit. This angel's eyes are full of blood.
My favorite horror, I said before, it's kind of a tie. I have a hard time picking. It's like how I imagine picking like your favorite kid. And it's between The Thing and Hereditary. I think Hereditary is like the perfect like supernatural horror movie, because I'm usually a hard sell for those. Oh boy. No! Fuck off! Okay. The ending would have been better if the little girl just splat on the ground instead of turning into... Yeah, honestly, if they just went there with it, I've been like, oh... Well, they're together now. Like, I would have rationalized that in my mind, you know?
How much I still don't know about the void. It uses these shapes and chooses its materials. I'm looking at the work of a painter, and
I forgot about the butterflies. But that was a pretty solid, like the effects, like that whole, like, they do the Bloodborne thing, where it's like the monster looks like they're underwater, like the way that the hair moves, you know? I love it. And then there's that scene where she scoots towards the kid, and I was just like, ah, that got me. That movie has jump scares done right. I need a fucking steak. Like, I'll dodge you the entire level if that's what I gotta do, but fuck. I think I made a big circle by accident. I gotta go the other way. Maybe even chase still? Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the right instead of left this time. Hey, fuck you! Give me steak, give me steak, give me steak. Oh shit.
Right now.
No, not yet, not yet.
Precision, all this. Like,
fuck. Where's the puppeteer? Where that nigga live? We can see my favorite sci-fi movie is Avatar. Dude, that's a good choice. I like Avatar a lot. Best visuals ever? Dude, I'm not kidding. Avatar 2 is the prettiest movie I've ever seen. Like, I saw that like 3 times in theaters. And I just the fidelity of it, you know, like seeing their muscles contract as they move, their pores, like it's fucking gorgeous. And the world of Pandora is beautiful. The story, probably Dune. Dune's solid too. I saw those kind of late, but really good sci-fi. My cat is chasing the laser and terrifying me. Dune's good. Another good Zendaya movie. Oh shit, I almost fucking shot this guy. And I got 2 stakes now. 3 stakes! Get over here, bitch! I'm gonna go kill this guy. No enemy left behind. Where'd he go? Get back here and fuck my wife! Did he despawn? Where you at? Oh, maybe he did despawn. Well, whatever. That's a shame. No, he's nearby. Where you at? Where you at, dog? He's over here, isn't he? No. I'm getting closer. He's over here somewhere. Where the fuck did you go? Can I go in here? Nice.
Or 6.
Feeling depressed? Like your life doesn't matter? Do you struggle with the feeling that no one would care if you were gone? Well, let me introduce you to Just Feel Better, a mental health app for the future.
My uncle used Just Feel Better. He's dead now, but when he was alive, he told us it was really helping.
Using groundbreaking AI-powered technology and the loudest innovations in emotional support, our dedicated counselors are available 24/7 to help you just feel better. We're helping millions of users around the world already, but you don't have to take my word for it. Here's a testimonial from an actual Just Feel Better user. Another satisfied customer.
That's good. Pretty fucked, but that's pretty good. Yeah. Thank you, game. Appreciate that. Alright, let me go find this motherfucker. Oh, there's another hostage somewhere. Don't worry, I'll save you. Oh, what's this? Pills? Yeah. Oh, it is in here. Okay. Oh, shit. This area.
You're not gonna die here.
Oh, maybe I will. I like the music. Best viewers on my dick. Get out of here, bot. Be gone, bot. Already had the best viewers. Got him. He's close. Where is he? Like the ground's shaking like a T-Rex is near me. I can't find this motherfucker.
She's killing the world. Why can't I feel it?
Oh, fuck her. It worked. Nice. Wait, what'd you do? Gotta test something. Try limit purchase successful. What'd you do? What'd you test? What'd you do, you genius? I feel like Batman. What have you done? What have you done? Now when you purchase and the store says purchase successful, it'll try to catch again. Oh shit, dude. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even notice. Hell yeah, dude. That's smart. Yeah. Smart, man. Oh, there he is. He's over here.
My shot, Skin.
Got him. Yachty. Also, my banning seems to be working. Oh, nice. Did you ban best viewers? Or best viewers with their weird little asterisks and accent marks and little squigglies? Get the fuck out of here. This mission went on kind of long. That's only my fault because I was like desperate to find stakes so I can kill that asshole. Oh. Oh, nice. I was right here anyway. No, I banned the domains they advised. Oh, dude, thank you, thank you. I wonder if anybody falls for this shit. Like, why is it still a thing? Like, somebody's gonna be like, wait, what? Hey, best viewers? Yeah, let me click it. Falls for that. There's no laws about Pokemon Batman. What do you mean?
So he cut the wire?
Cut the wire.
See this?
And now it's working again.
I do not try to make sense of it.
You still haven't tried to kill me.
I didn't want to be rude.
I will. No, I banned the domains they had. Oh, yeah.
Why?
For
What are you up to, you boy?
what you feel I did to you.
The couch?
The couch incident was an outlier. It isn't fair to judge me from that.
Your last words to me were good boy, Dakale.
Were you not?
He's like,
What I was going to say is that the couch was just one in a long line of things. You never touched me, but you constantly reminded me of your capacity for violence. Do you know what that does to a person? At one point, you put your arm out to stop me in the hallway, and you kept pushing your open palm into the wall. I saw it go through the drywall and the wood, and then the brick slowly, relentlessly, until there was a fist-sized hole.
It's a good voice acting.
You just wiped your hand off and grinned at me like we had shared a secret. You would scream at me for slight mistakes and misunderstandings and even just a lack of deference. These sharp, intense fires that would leave you cold for days afterwards. I'd flinch when you call my name sometimes. And you'd have me do these arbitrary, demeaning things to prove my love to you.
Oh, so he was more of a familiar
I
than
knew my place.
A boyfriend.
One day, wash the dishes, wash them again 3 times, 4 times until my hands were stinging and red. So at the end of it, you could wrap your arms around me and thank me for loving you and taking care of you. Reminding you that living could be a good thing because I told you about the one good day that justified all the bad ones. I don't know if what you did was wrong, but I know it wasn't right.
You said once
Dang.
I wasn't
You okay, Bongo Cat?
a monster.
Rough.
Do you still believe that's true?
I don't feel bad when I kill monsters.
But I will feel bad. Killing
you would feel different.
I knew it was something. Come on. Aw. You never seen the video where Batman is tied up and Joker has the the love bunny. Yeah, he's like, no, Joker.
Eyes the size of dinner
Go,
plates.
do it.
It's
just a Pokemon, Batman. Yeah, I know the one.
If you just watch your friends and family die, it's just an accident. There's a theory. There's no way of knowing. The unblinking red light means you're supposed to.
Oh, fuck. I died. Who did he fist and wipe his hand clean? Yeah, I saw that. Oh. We got a shotgun.
I can just see how it goes living sometime with the great fear that just us in the break room and the damn near nada filing nothing. We don't gotta tell a single person.
Also, I like how the dude who does the vocals for the music is the same guy voice acting the character. Like, it kind of adds this thing where it's like, I feel like he's rapping this guy's thoughts, you know?
Sweet desire mean the secret flesh beneath the surface of your skin. I want to talk about it and I just tell her I don't want to do this. I wish we could both fucking stop. Hypocrisy, a truth echoed by the seeds I set internally when I do the work and the vessel says.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
And the vessel says.
Oh, shit. Bitches. Okay. I like the music too. Like, it adds like this surreal element to it, if that makes sense. Oh shit. Yeah. Damn it. Oh fuck.
Thank God.
Oh shit! Ah, I've seen a lot of Doctor Who. Oh, nice, dude. What's up, Jay? How you doing? Watch me suck at this game. Yeah, dude. I kind of want to catch up because I actually haven't seen Doctor Who since the end of Matt Smith's run. So I actually never saw. Is it Capaldi? Is that his name? I never saw any of his Doctor Who. And I never saw that one where it's like, oh, we got James Hurt, which sounds amazing as the War Doctor. Was that what they called him? It's better than Stargate, but worse than Star Trek. I love Stargate and I love Star Trek, so I actually have a hard time categorizing it. But I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here for it, but like Star Trek, I really do think that Doctor Who is just some of the best sci-fi of all time. And the thing I like about it is that they, like, as bonkers as the premise and overall plot and lore is, they capitalize on it to tell unique stories that can only exist in this setting, you know what I mean? So you've seen the good stuff. I quit at the same time. I didn't really quit, I just fell off, you know? But I would like to catch up. Like, Capaldi's supposed to be good too, isn't he? What the fuck? God damn. Ah, alright, I got it this time. I just need to quit and just grow up and use Uzi. Where's your night going, dude? Oh shit!
Don't need more. Haven't seen a force beyond since the elevator. I think we're alone down here. Just me and Dracula again.
Dracula.
It's gonna be feeling trapped with a person. There's a closeness. You miss it when it's gone.
The fuck is that? Oh, it's an angel, I think. Right? What is that? What is that? Is it an angel? Yep, it is. It's two angels. Talking about the bloodlust.
Interview 38. The disappearance. Eyes the size of dinner plates. Can you become It's difficult. Nine of the breath pouring out of your lungs is for just that person's obviously dying. It wasn't vice versa. Where are we going? We don't.
Honestly, this game has like
knowing the unblinking red light.
It's not the same, but it kind of
means you're on the
you know how
Can you say?
You know how Silent Hill, like the Team Silent ones, kind of have like that dreamlike aesthetic to it, like the way they talk, that cadence, and then like just the atmosphere and the music. Like this is kind of tapping into that, dude. Like it's just like it's like a different flavor of the same mood to me.
I can just sit here, you know, wait here, see how it goes, living sometime with the great fear that it's just us in the break room and the cam is seeing damn near nada, filing nothing. We don't gotta tell us.
Is that a pompadour?
That it's just
I love it.
You and me. I see a hovering doom, a psychic pressure shimmering, a presence within this room, and it's captivating.
Fuck.
Sweet desire me, sweet desire me.
Got him.
The surface of your skin. This time, I want to talk about the details that you didn't see. A matter of natured aristocracy, a truth echoed by the seeds they sit internally. When I do the work, and the vessel says.
Oh shit! There's witches here. Why does it sound like Lonely Island song? I'm into it.
We're all gonna die.
Like this game has a fucking mood. Well, the beginning part. No, I feel it. I feel it. Oh, I'm out of stakes. Oh, that's not good. Because if not, I'll just shove motherfuckers, see? Did I open that? Or no?
I was good at being trapped. I was fucking good at it. And I don't get to feel that way anymore. I see that it's inside you. 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 I see that it's inside you.
Let me go back to those grenade rounds, actually. That lets me.
I see that it's inside you. 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 I see that it's inside you.
Say interview 38. I think that's how he starts it. Do you remember that? Oh yeah. Wait, Jay, are you still here? Oh, yeah, I don't see him in Stream Elements. I think he left.
Can't carry more.
Fuck! If I remembered, I would have asked him about it immediately. Lame. Yeah. Here, I'll wait for me and you to be in chat and then bring it up. I want to hear so much of. Like I need to know. I just want to know how it went. I wish I was there. Oh shit. That's a bummer. Hey, get the fuck back here!
Die here. Please don't hurt me. Suck that,
Uh-oh.
vampire.
Uh-oh. It's you? Damn it, Jay, get back here. Dude, look at my health. That was so close. I almost died. I was so scared. I'm about to OD over here. And there's Angel still blowing on the fucking ceiling. Oh shit! You bitch! Is there more?
And the vessel says.
And the vessel says. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck on out of here. Ooh boy.
Is this the part where you stop me?
No. I'm seeing you off. You are almost at the bottom. If you live long enough, we will see each other then. Confront each other then.
Damn it.
What is this, Dracula?
I got two, but one's fine.
A goodbye.
Oh. Yeah, I think my ex is Dracula. Like, I thought she was just a vampire or like a big deal, but no, I think she's the Dracula. At least that's the impression I got from that one audio log. Like, so what do you think about, you know, the world thinking you're a dude? She's like, it's fine. Ex me. So here's the thing. I'm gonna quit just for a second, once again. I'm not counting, and I want to see where I'm at. There's 50 levels. I gotta at least be at 40. 43! Okay, cool. All right, let's finish this bitch. Skip it. Can I skip it? Can I skip? Yep. All right. Sorry about that. It's important to me to know where I'm at. Checkpoint already? Oh shit! Ah, fuck.
Luckily, I had it in her room. On the desk, tucked away. Oh, that's a cool action figure.
What did I get? I don't know. Okay, that's where I came from. So yeah. Got a heart. Stone. Prized possessions. Why are you giving me the level title now? What do you call a guy into old ladies? Is this a joke? Tell me. Or is this like an actual question? Feels dry? Oh, nice. I hope that's the answer. Hey, Jay, read Dry's last comment. He was telling me about a furry that I guess you insulted in chat, and he's like, you were saying it's a step away from bestiality. And he's like, I'm not a zoophile! Like, I need to know more about this, because I wasn't there and I'm sad. No, Jay didn't say that, I said it. Oh, okay. I thought you said it. It was funny. I wish I was there. Do you know what game that was? I'll go through your VOD and watch it. Just for that moment. So it cracks me up, man. Ah, fuck. Die, bitch! Okay, I got her. playing anything tonight? Or are you just chilling?
Wonder if she's there.
Oh, you're at work, aren't you? Should we go my Tente 3? Dude, that's like 40 streams. I was actually really surprised how long that one went on. I was like, God damn, this is long. I'm at work. Yeah, I kind of forgot.
Find some way to look over
Wednesdays and
my
Thursdays are your weekends.
I'm the only left, right? Last piece of baggage.
Yeah, this game's cool. Like, it's so moody. I think that's like my biggest thing. It's like the action's fine, it's fun, you know, shooting shit. That's a mechanic. That's as old as time. You like it, but just the fucking is dripping with mood.
I wanna go home.
Oh fuck!
I'll go.
I think they're closer this way. I'm really glad they have beacons, otherwise I'd be fucking lost to shit all the time. Oh shit. Got the Buffy mechanic. Got you, buddy.
No
Don't worry, I'll save you.
I can't die. No,
You won't die. I got you, buddy. Get out of here.
Thank you.
I cannot save you. Who is that? Is it? I know that song. Is it Stabbing Westward? That's Stabbing Westward, isn't it? I think I know it from Tekken and
Couldn't hold more if I tried.
The butterfly effect? Oh. I think I'm going. Yep. Jay, how many times do you jerk off in one shift? That's a solid question. Jay, for the record. People want to know. 3 or 4? Nice. That's cutting back for me.
I'm full up.
Please don't hurt me. Thank you.
I see you, puppeteer. Get back here, fucker. That could have gone worse. That could have gone worse. One day, if there's an actual demand for it, one day soon, I'll stream the Trying to Afford Dancing All Night. I love that game. That's a wonderful game. Oh shit. Take that, angels. I adore that game. That's probably my favorite rhythm game. It's up there for sure. P4 getting a remake. Is it really? Just like how P3 did? Nice. I didn't know that. Is that like announced? Is that official, or is this just a theory?
I'm not codependent. You're codependent. Shut up.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's awesome. It's a badly kept secret. Ah.
Fire in the sky.
Can't wait for a remaster of Doom Dark Ages. Or the remaster of Last of Us. It's like a joke now. It's like it's a remaster of a remake of a remaster of a remake of a remake of a remaster. Like, is it even a remaster at this point? Or is it just running in a slightly higher resolution? You mean GTA 5? Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't even like GTA 5 that much. Like, it's fine. Yeah, it was fun. Online is stupid. I never actually tried online. I'm a campaign boy. Stalker remasters had their censorship removed, so I can buy those. That's exciting. What was removed, if you don't mind me asking? It's like titties and shit, or what? I'm not aware of the censorship situation. Slavery was removed. I can't tell if you're joking or not. Was there actually? They will never play a game without slaves. Yeah, I believe it. No, I'm joking. I don't know. They removed all the Russian statues and wait, isn't Stalker like explicitly a Russian game? Why would? Is this because of the Ukraine stuff? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! No, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Okay, we're good. We made it. Ukraine devs. Ooh, I didn't know that. I understand the tensions around something like that, but honestly, if it's not ready, then like I wouldn't even. If you're gonna censor it, I wouldn't even do it. Oh shit! Fucking, I thought I killed you. Stalker looks pretty cool though. I would like to actually try those one of these days. It looks like Fallout, but like more of like a realistic Fallout, you know? Whatever. They got terrible reviews, so the devs back down and put the stuff back in. I would understand the backlash in a case like that. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you're not gonna do it, then don't censor it. Jay, I'm talking to that Peruvian friend. She's getting drunk and depressed about her break. Hope to get pics from her soon, so she'll get. Okay. Good luck, buddy. Oh shit! Tell her to send Jay Conquer some. Uh-oh. 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 How's work, Jay? I saw her first. Uzi? Okay, I'll use Uzi. I can't believe I killed an innocent by accident. I think. Oh no, I definitely killed some before. Oh shit, there's a lot of angels. Holy shit. Boring. Tell her to send you b-hole pics and your normal friend Jay gets the boobs. Jay, you were actually cracking me up when you you were saying it's gay to be an ass man. That was pretty funny.
I don't think she's watching me.
So Jay,
I'm gonna assume this is an open invite.
I'm going to Cyber's tomorrow to set up his Resident Evil. I know you have a new Linux computer, so you're probably gonna have to redo that as well, huh? I can send you that tutorial again if you need. Or if you saved it. And make sure you have the Japanese ROM. I'm almost done with the game. Yeah, but emulation is great on Linux. There won't be an issue. Okay, good. I just know it's a hassle to make the account and link it, which really, I think, honestly, through the browser, really, all you gotta do is just make sure you're signed in and it just works somehow. And you sign in with your account on, in the game, and you should be fine. You got any good retro games in the works? I like your retro streams. I think you said you might be playing Kingdom Hearts 2, which at this point is retro, which breaks my heart. But got any like 16-bit stuff? PS1 stuff? Fuck! Hold on, Puppeteer's here. Got him. Eventually, I want to do Contra and Mega Man marathons. Dude, I would be down for Mega Man. I never got into Mega Man, at least the OG ones, because they're hard. But I fucks with Mega Man X. I like Mega Man X a lot. And Contra's pretty rough too. I've only ever finished Neo Contra and Shattered Soldier, the PS2 ones. Way too hard. Mega Man slaps. I respect Mega Man. I just suck at Mega Man. But Mega Man X is like at least a lot more forgiving. There's just something about like just that wall jump in general just changes things. I've beaten every Mega Man. Nice. You beat Mega Man Legends? Mega Man Legends 2? Did Buster only on a few? Nice. Buster? I hardly know her. Wait, I'm still alive in here?
This space feels cluttered. Like the void is losing its power.
But yeah, I really like Mega Man Legends.
Back down here.
Edgy Mega Man. Break everything. It's just one of those days. I'm gonna do Gothic 2 soon. That's retro, not 16-bit. When did that come out? That's like a 2002 game or some shit, right? I'm down to watch that. I actually liked watching what I could of your Gothic playthrough. It sucks that you stream during my shift, but it is what it is. Early 2000s, yeah. That's some good jank. I was watching. I was like, this game is like, it's not quite broken, but it ain't where it needs to be. Retro is like pre-2023, right? I think retro is relative at this point. I would say 15 to 20 years retro, right? I don't know. Actually, that's kind of a discussion. It's worth having. What is retro?
There's two persons here now. Me unraveling the ritual and Draklik. Me in the middle. And then it all ends.
I think it's pure Euro Jake. I love it.
It all ends.
Yeah, dude, there's just some lovable jank sometimes, you know? I just consider pre-HD retro PS2 and older. So PS3, 720 resolution, you would not consider that retro anymore? Or does that need to be like another distinction, right? Because like there's like classic literature, there's modern and contemporary, right? Like, do we need to classify games like this now? Hey, what up, DJ? Well, oh, well, this makes sense now. Hey, what up, man? How you doing?
I prepared myself.
Have you played this before?
This is what we've been working towards. This is what I'm supposed to do. This is the last thing I'm supposed to do.
When you hit me up the past 2 days, I thought you were gonna hit me up. Here, I'll be free. And you gotta hit me up. You hit me up. What are you doing Monday? Fuck. No worries, I'm still off. That's good. Fuck. Wait. Wait. Oh my god, game. No worries, I'm still off for 1 whole week before my new job. So Monday works. Okay, okay. Because I will be at home Monday. Tomorrow I'm hanging out with Lemon Wedges. We're going to a shooting range, and then we're going to with my other friend Cash Cow. We're gonna go see a Drowning Pool concert. And then Sunday, I am hanging out with Cyber again to help him out with Resident Evil 0. And then I'm shooting zombies with Angel.
Hey there. I know I didn't
You do not need to be holding a gun, sir. I tried TikTok streaming today. It was weird. I have not tried that one yet.
found like one thing for me. His convertible.
What do you mean I don't need to be holding a gun? I own a gun.
And like all the naughty pictures.
I actually have a shotgun on the way.
His address book, so you know, I will be taking the kids. God bless.
Who let you? The government.
I hope you know that.
Good old Uncle Sam.
Bye, girl boss.
And what is it, the Second Amendment? Just know you can't hold a shotgun sideways. I could try. I'm getting a bullpup. That thing fucking rocks. Like, do I need a semi-auto shotgun? No. Do I want one? Kinda. Wait, she took the kids? You can totally hold a shotgun sideways. You can hold it. I guess you can shoot it sideways too. It won't be fun. I'm gonna do it. Challenge accepted. Gonna be safe? Nah. But you can do it. Exactly. How'd your night going, DJ? Also, wait, DJ, how late are you gonna be up? When Joey comes back on stream, missing his chin, we know why. No, it's okay. I'll aim for the base of my skull. Sorry. Yes. Depending on how late you're gonna be, because I want to at least finish this, which I think I'm in the last like final stretch. After stream, if you're up, I can walk you through it tonight. Because you want to know how to do like the channel point redeems and stuff, right?
Last person I talked to was her.
What the fuck killed me? He's gonna turn it on me? No. My skull, not yours. You're fine. Joey Cobain? No, thank you. No. That's too much of a mess. I don't think I'll go that route. You know, I think it was Jay that had me laughing. He was like, if I ever do it, I'm gonna make it everybody's problem and make the biggest mess possible. I'm like, fucking diabolical, dude. But no worries. I'm not like that. I have a dark sense of humor, is all. But yeah, dude, if you're up for the next few hours, I think I have less than an hour of this game left. We'll see. But yeah, if you're up, I'll walk you through it. It's actually fairly simple. Bro, how do you have auto chat for Pokemon? Oh, Feels Dry helped me out. He just offered, and I was like, yeah. It was him. He made auto responses, and it just works. Also, good catch. You're the only one I think has mentioned it. Like, noticed. I always have to type. Yeah, he got me. He got it from me. I know Cyberlycan uses his Stream Deck, which is smart too. I catch the small things. Apparently I'm catching everything now. He did it to be nice, because it started off with like, he noticed that I would have to like pause the game to do it, to type it out or something like that. And then he was like, oh, let me do this so people that are watching can catch for you. So, exclamation point, catch, and it does it for me. And then he automated it after that. And he's like, I have an idea. And he just did it. Sorry, small detail. Oh, I catch the smaller oh yeah, oh, my bad, my bad. I think I may catch like the smaller Pokemon. I'm dumb. That's okay. We're all dumb down here, Georgie.
You are my life and my death.
How's your night going, dude?
For the gun,
how your streams been? I try to catch them when I can.
How did the void make the puppets worse? I don't know.
Wait, there's more puppets? Ah!
Oh god.
Hey, damn, I dodged that missile. Oh shit! Oh shit! Where is he? There you are, motherfucker. I got him. That puppeteer. That bitch. All right, my daughter graduated middle school today. Oh, didn't you got kids, man? Nice. How many you got? Just one? Two? Nigga, what is this game? This is El Paso Elsewhere. Basically, it is a Max Payne clone for the most part, but it's fucking moody, dude. So I play as a dude named something, I forgot. But basically, my ex-girlfriend is a vampire, and she's trying to end the world. So I'm going back to a motel, and I'm going down these like fucking floors in an elevator through some sort of metaphysical reality to fight her and stop that. But it has like really cool soundtrack. It's got a mood. That's really the only way I can say it. Like some games got a charm. This one is just like it fucking feels, and I like it. 3, nice. Yeah, at first it was a command. Then I was like, I can make a trigger for the command. What the PCG says. Then I was like, wait, what if he runs on the Pokeball? So I hit buying Pokeballs. 11, 3, and 1. Nice, man. Well, congrats. Hell yeah, dude. Here, you get a shout out for the kids. Actually, let me do some shout outs. I haven't done shout outs in a minute. Okay, so here's DJ. He's probably my favorite customer on Etsy. I think it's how we met.
All right, as long as I get.
Oh, dude, you're streaming that? Nice.
Ninja Zora GXs, I'll be fine.
Nice. Any good pulls? Oh shit, nice.
Yo, somebody clip that. What?
Like I said, dude, you sound like
a. That has done that to me.
You sound like a black Matt McMuscles to me. That's a compliment because he's funny. Who else is here? Actually, first off, opening Pokemon virtually on stream. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty dope. We have one of our new members of our little rap crew, if you will. We got your boy 92. Feels. May I please have the sauce too? I like sauce. Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Pokemon.
Do you like the Pokeball?
He's a fairly newer streamer. He's this close to getting affiliated. I think you have the followers. You just need the views. And you got this, buddy. Nice, nice. He's also a talented musician.
What?
He's so excited. Oh yeah. I didn't see you catch him, but I saw you. I saw you had him. 2 Pokemon shoutouts. Yeah, no, what are the odds?
Way. What the fuck? You really like the Pokemon?
The clip was over 8 years old.
Ultra Balls?
Really nice. Oh yeah, so you've been streaming for a long ass time. I know it's rude to call out lurkers, but we got Rin in chat. I'm working my way up. Everybody who's in chat is getting a shout out.
Run!
Rin's awesome. Rin plays a lot of retro games.
And these are the BB guns. These are real guns. These are gun guns. I don't want to deal with guns.
System Shock. He's hilarious. Right now he's playing a lot of Golden Sun. So if you guys are into that kind of stuff, check him out. He has really cool. He's a PNG tuber, but he has a really cool avatar. I like the sock puppet one. That's like my favorite of his. Let's see who else are your streams. We got Kenpachi. Pachi, one of the good ones. He's always playing Overwatch. This dude's a trip. He's really fun
Holy shit, I just learned something today.
Well, I say hang out with, but you know what I mean.
Stay on point, stay on point, stay on point. I have Bob.
Yeah, lots of Overwatch.
Bob,
I think it's what he was playing when I raided him last time.
You got this, man.
I was contesting.
I was on point.
Holy shit.
Oh shit, my nuts.
Chaos.
Here, back my PC is having a stroke. Oh no! Wait, I was gonna give a shout out to somebody I want you to follow. Are you still here? Also, I literally mean this. Hashtag literally. I'm fucking clear obscure crashing and freezing my computer. I'm still here. All right. Well, let me give her a shout out real quick. This is one of my best friends. I've known her since like what 2010. Her name's Angel. Really fun streamer. She's new. She does a lot of cosplays, a lot of spookies. So she plays Silent Hill 2, Dead Rising, and she's like this close to getting affiliated. So just give her that little push, give her the nudge, so we can monetize this girl. I follow Angel. Get her back online. Yeah, dude, she was supposed to stream yesterday, but she said she was actually watching a Knicks game. But she's coming. She's coming. She's coming.
What the fuck was that?
We also got motherfucking Bo Souls up in this bitch. This dude is a trip. Lots of spookies in Souls games. That's basically it here. I said before, and I mean it in the best way. He has like the best like yapping. His banter is unmatched. Dude. I can just sit there and listen to him talk about anything, and I'm like, yeah, dude, yeah. The Knicks is gonna win regardless. Angel, get your ass back here. I'll tell her you said that. What game is this? I thought I had it to where the shout out to show the game. I gotta add that. He's like stressed. He actually knocked his fucking.
I'm like, I have to take the headphones
his
off
headphones
because
off.
it's freaking me the fuck out. That you hear them all around you.
We also got Feels Dry. He never streams, but I love him. Bo looks like he has animal ears. Nah, Bo's awesome. Bo's one of the best of us. That's me. That's Dry kissing me because I think he was screen sharing my game while streaming. I'm 14 followers away from a stream. Oh shit! They'll give him a follow, so he'll stream. He streams once every what 50 followers or something crazy like that. And then you know what? Because I'm a douche. Me. Last seen playing this game.
I'm thinking still.
What clip is this?
That sounded gnarly.
What?
No,
that's dope.
Come on.
Follow goals to golden line? Yeah. Swag.
Ah! Oh my god! That scared the shit out of me!
Who clipped that?
That's so loud. Oh man, I was supposed to dance along with it. Fucking, that scared the shit out.
Yeah. All right, cool. See, I want to do that shit. Oh, just have people follow you to get you to go live? That's funny. That's like, you have to like do a seance to get him to stream. That's basically what it is. Lighting candles is like a follow. Oh, let me save real quick. Where am I? I think I'm almost done. I'm definitely, like I said, I think less than an hour. Don't do that. It takes forever to get followers that way. 46. Okay, I'm almost done. There's 50 levels. I'm at 46. And I imagine, oh man, that one boss fight in like, what, like 36, 37, whatever room that was tough. So hopefully this last boss fight isn't too mean. Do I shoot it? What is this? This is a new enemy now?
That one is different.
Lone gunman. Any pickups? Nice. I do have a flashlight. Why can't I use this all the time? Some of these levels are dark. No, the fucking dog dancing and shit. Oh yeah, dude, yeah, they're fun. So here, first thing I would actually recommend on your computer, make sure you have like a folder somewhere where you want to store these things. Trust me, it makes it easier. But there's a website called Creator Set. Just Google Creator Set green screens. They have a bunch of cool, like trendy. I folded everything. Okay, yeah, go now and find some, and you can download them for free. It's Creator Set. Google Creator Set green screens or something like that, and then you'll find the URL exactly. But then you can download a few, and I'll show you how to hook them up.
An unusually stocked battery.
Actually, are you in my Discord? I can, if you screen share, I can literally walk you through it. It'd be a lot easier to do it that way. If you're not in my Discord, do it. Discord. Let me know if that link works. It might not actually. Well, you're my Discord friend, so that works too. Fucking nope. Okay, okay. Oh shit. Yeah, dude, I got you. I got you. No worries. After stream, I'll see if you're up for it, and then I'll give you a call, and then we can screen share, and I'll walk you through it. Nice. There's something nearby. And I hear another angel. Where the fuck is that motherfucker? Take your time. I'm just gonna go ape shit with this stuff. It's pretty fun. It's pretty straightforward for the most part. I'll also download Mix It Up. That's what I use. I don't think the link is working. Dry. I need to update it. It might have expired. It's okay. I think it expired. I can update it.
Nice ammo.
How do I get in there? Just update the command Discord. Oh, did you just do it? You guys stop killing the Circle K dent dealers. Wait, what? Vent. Oh, vent dealers. What if I don't wanna? What if I like my Fent? I don't know how to get that way. Maybe I gotta go around. I hear that shit and I'm like, oh, where is it? Thanks, Dry. Is that Is this Blade but with Will Smith? MIB box mate? Yeah, a little bit. I'd say it's a bit like it's got like a little Silent Hill DNA in there with like a dash of I was gonna say Lost Highway. Like it's actually got like a pretty moody atmosphere to it. The closest thing I can compare it to is Max Payne. But even then, that's kind of like discrediting what this game really is. Ah, shit. Oh, they killed me. They have fantastic deals. Nice. Try it now, DJ. Yeah, try that now. Thanks, Dry. Dude, Dry, you're also best mod. I hope you know that. Where's the angel? There he is. Got him. Nice, I think I got them all almost. Yeah, I got them all. Motherfucker. Fantastic. That's a new word I like. The link should never expire, by the way. Then I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I thought they do expire. Maybe I did the wrong code. Maybe the code I attached. I probably did something wrong. It would be the first time. Because Lance, also a new member of the family, he had issues with that link, and then Audie just gave him a new one. No, I mean I made this new one to never. Oh, dude, I appreciate you. Thank you. Suck grenade launcher, bitch.
Got ammo.
Sick.
Who's gonna save you?
Don't worry about me. I'll save myself. Crawling in my skin. shit. That just startled me a little bit. Nice, the red ones are tougher. That makes sense. It's usually how video games progress. It's like, oh, let's not make a new enemy and let's just reskin one. Make it purple or some shit. Make it harder. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. I didn't mean to, but I did get turned around doing that. Hey, I'm going. This is where I came from. It's too dark. This is where I came from. I think it is. Yeah. Yep. Thanks, your boy. What are you up to, your boy? You playing anything tonight? You just chilling? Oh, there's a door over here.
Full up.
On the other side. Break on through to the other side. Oh, shit. Nice, I hear a heart.
I don't feel good about that.
Nah, just at work. Okay, nice. Hope you're having a great shift. James is my name.
That why is the first word you've said to me in nearly a week.
And you excited for the new season of South Park coming out? Dude, I'm like a decade behind on South Park.
You haven't said a word. But yesterday...
Is there any like news about it? Like, is it like, are they switching it up?
What is that? How can you fuck me without talking to me?
Oh, very easy.
Luckily, I am starving for a word. And I'm out in the cold and I don't know why. It's because I said hi to the neighbor. Do you think that exposed us? If it's because I went out for food without you, if you tell me what I did wrong, or how I...
Oh, there's a teaser trailer for it though. I'll check it out. But I'm way behind on South Park. I should catch up.
As much as I do, I won't do it again.
If you don't know why, then I can't help you.
You know me. But you have to tell me.
No.
Okay.
Fine. I cast no shadow. Am I a vampire? Well, let's go. Let's go. I'll pull up. What's the last season you watched? Man. I'm trying to think of the last episode I saw. Honestly, probably around the time Trump was first in office. When Mr. Garrison was basically Trump. I think that's the last time I was really like watching the show, and I just fell off. Whatever season that is, I actually don't know the number.
He's... Don't hurt me. Save the rest.
Am I supposed to shoot it? Is it gonna kill me? What is this?
Not even a harsh word.
With the member berries? Yeah, that sounds about right. No, I think that because the member berries made an appearance, and then I think they were really prominent. Are you sure? Was that the same season? I thought member berries were like introduced, and then they came back.
14 people, all gone, abducted, murdered. We don't know.
And the police still couldn't catch them? There was nothing to catch.
But you said there were traces.
Tons of them.
Signs
Member
of struggle,
berries, yeah.
blood, muscle tissue. It's just
I
that
mean,
every
me.
time the police tried to follow a lead, it would turn.
Always need ammo.
What the fuck?
It was a series of cauterized wounds, but for evidence.
Puppeteer, you son of a bitch. I hurt. Got me deep, puppeteer.
Well, speaking of wounds, we're gonna take a couple of minutes to tell you how you can
I think there were only that season.
out by building your
Remember?
website with
I don't remember.
The joke isn't in the best taste, but the show is good. This episode, it's one of the things that led me here.
I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Where is he? No! Oops. I should say, you keep dying. Alright, let's try it
14
again.
people, all gone. Abducted, murdered.
We don't know, and the police still couldn't catch them.
Oh shit.
Just that every time the police tried to follow you, they would turn up a dead end. Wow. Yeah. It was a series of cauterized wounds. Separate evidence. Well, speaking of wounds, we're gonna take a couple of minutes to tell you how you can stop your time from bleeding out by building your website with Blinkbite.
The joke isn't in the
Where is he? He's in here.
The show is good.
Found you, you son of a bitch.
So that's
Got him.
things that led me
Man,
here.
dude, the puppeteers are awful. I hate them. Good enemy, but goddamn. They're too effective. Let me go back because I think those are grenade rounds. And there's an angel around here somewhere. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Oh, never mind. It won't let me backtrack. Fuck me then. Actually, no, I can. This way.
Found ammo.
Yep, explosives. We're good. And there was a... I got it.
Ammo.
All right. Do I have the heart to open this? Oh, I do. But I'm not ready. What's over here first? Oh, what up, dude?
I can't die.
Okay, then that is extra, because it wants me to go that way. Means I should go this way. This is extra. Extra, extra.
I'm full up.
I don't like this. Or do I? Why is it the Power Rangers Turbo intro all of a sudden?
Clown music.
What the fuck? Did you watch the trailer for the reboot of Amazing World of Gumball? Oh, I have not. I have not seen that yet. Forgot you told me about that. I actually forgot about that. Dude, Gumball was great. That was a good show. Is this it? Is this all? Is that it? I'll leave. Thanks, game. Game's trolling me, guys. Should I stay? Where'd I go now? I guess I'll be on my way. Don't be a dick and like close the exit. Okay.
Couldn't hold more if I tried.
Alright, that's fine. Alright. Yo!
Lead on.
Yeah, I don't think I have to kill you. I think I just need to follow you. Who the fuck are you? Are you Dracubay's soul? is a boss fight. This might be a boss fight. Who are you? Who is you? Oh, there's stakes everywhere.
Can't carry it.
Fuck. Not a good sign. Or it might be a great sign. We'll see. Hi. Oh. Oh shit. I hear him screaming. I hear them charging shit. There you are. Oh shit, not you two. Hold on, motherfucker. Ah!
It's blocked my shot skin.
These nuts gonna block your chin. Where is she? Is that it? Is that you? Are you good or bad? I don't fucking know anymore. Let me get my stakes back. You know what game I recently saw that have you tried the Stanley Parable? I have tried it. I played a little bit with my buddy Solid 101. I didn't beat it though. Or I think I got an ending, but I was kind of just trolling, which the game allows, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I played a little bit of that. A little bit of that. I said about.
No more if I tried.
Did I go that way? Get some hills. The game is 100% a troll. Oh, you played it? Did you like it, Dry? Yeah, I liked what I played. I think I have it on PlayStation. I should play it again.
I guess I did see you. Thanks.
Suck that, vampires.
Uh-oh. That. No, I didn't play it, but I've seen loads of videos on it.
I keep expecting her to come back and say one more
By
thing.
loads, I mean Jay sends me videos of him jacking off.
She was wearing a suit.
Nice.
It was a suit I'd seen before, a classic suit. Her hair was different, long fingers. She always looked good in a suit.
3-minute ad in 20 seconds, guys. I'm sorry.
I know exactly what it feels like between your finger and your thumb. Now she's cold and you're standing next to her if you're close enough.
After this cutscene, I'll take a piss and I'll wait for you guys if you want.
I miss her. I miss my monster.
Oh, that's kind of sweet. Stream the stream. Let me quit again. I keep doing this because I think I noticed there's multiple chapters and different levels, so I might be on like, yeah. Oh no, it's 37. Yeah, and then I'm gonna go pee. Are we in an ad break yet? Well, either way, I'm gonna go take a piss. Be right back. I used to have it on the Switch, but I've seen videos of it more lately. Nice. I like the Switch.
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Come here. Oh shit!
Yeah, our brother's dead. Sorry to break the news to you this way. But it's okay. Hey. If you need anything, okay? I'll be here for you, okay? We're gonna get through this, alright? Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need. He looked pretty dead, yeah. The guy was purple, okay? It's okay. You need a shoulder to cry on. Mine's always open.
Nice. Did Frank get first? Of course he did. He's like the best one, which is cool. So that party was a blast because I did amazing. Like I was undefeated until the end. Because we had 2 brackets, right? Everybody I fought, I sent them to the loser bracket. And then Frank, I fought him like halfway through, sent him to the losers bracket, and I was surprised because like Frank's good. Scorpion himself. He just climbed his way out of the nether realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, you're talking shit.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! I'll lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt! Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat takes a steak, the no!
Sucks about a shotgun ammo, but there will be more, you know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What? Oh, A down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah! Shit! That was a real scream that time! Fuck! I hate you! I hate you! Give me my knife back, bitch. Oh, Lob, they coming. Rebecca, no!
Chris, I have something to show you. Now, walk.
There's only 2 days for retirement.
And we're back. Oh, oops. This one. Hi, Shuri. Hi. Is it that time of night where you're just gonna meow at me till I go to sleep? Monster Club.
Get it together, James. One more time. Before the end of the world.
Oh, fuck. They're behind me, too. Oh.
Just cause he black don't mean he a DJ. Just cause he on stage don't mean you chant what he say. Tiger club it started to pulsate. I raced for the door like a floodgate. Entrance hall it began to glow. I get eyes and dive to the guy runs over, panting and thrown. Spots shoot out, spears dance with yo. Windows blank, fighting a fucking radio. Neon signs of pupils and eyes. Voodoo master claps for the cries. Seize up and ride. Nigga really made this place grow some feet.
Monster Club sounds like a cool sandwich. What do you think's in it?
Takes to the street as new beast fights new hungers to treat. This monster club, baby. You're not getting out of this monster club, baby. We're not getting out of this monster club. We not getting out. We not getting out. We not getting out. I'm not getting out of this monster club, baby. You're not getting out of this monster club, baby. You're not getting out of this monster club. So show me love. Let's give it up. Riffs in the floor, consume the conceited. Retreat. Stop this now! I hear someone bleating, but even the master got eaten. Can't carry more.
There's a club sandwich, but big. Oh, yeah, nice. For a limited time at Subway, get the Monster Club.
I'm getting out of this monster club. I'm gonna die in this monster club. I'm not getting out of this monster club. I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. You're not getting out of this monster club.
That movie's good.
This monster club. Taking your last shot. Hair looks hot. Gonna back it all up, cause it's your last drop. We not getting out. We not getting out. We not getting out. It's your last
last shot, go!
Let's see. Monster Club. That's a good idea. Write that down. Write that down.
Monster Club. Could have been anyone now. Monsters. Show me true. It's perfect for sacrifice. Club. Monster Club. Club. Because this is a love story.
It is kind of a love story, isn't it? Oh shit. Making sure it's safe. I don't know if there's any more in the hallway. Oh, this full, yeah. Hang on, I had the perfect reply.
Just cause he black don't mean he a DJ. Just cause he on stage don't mean you chant what he say. Tie your club, it started to pulsate. I raced for the door like a floodgate. Entrance hall, it began to glow. I get wise and dive to the flow. Stay this down. Windows blink as club starts to rise. Cries as chanting NASA sees up and ride. Nigga really made this place.
Oh, he said a bad word.
Baba Yaga transforming beat. Building shrines and takes to the street as new beast finds hungers to treat. I'm not getting out of this monster club, baby. You're not getting out of this monster club, baby. We're not getting out of this monster club. We not getting out. We not getting out. We not getting out. I'm not getting out of this monster club, baby. You're not getting out of this monster club, baby.
Are there more pills back there? Should I backtrack and find some? I'll be fine.
Let's give it up.
Nice.
Ammo. But even the monster got eaten. Line of wreckage stretched to the highway. Building climbs and eats. Skyway. Helo comes.
Oh shit! Oh man, he fucking. Oh man, that sucks. It's like when the condom breaks and you're just like, fuck, I have to stop now.
One last shot of hostages.
Unless you don't care. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna die in this monster club. I'm not getting out of this monster club. I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. You're not getting out of this monster club. Fucking who you got in this monster club? If it looks hot, gonna back it all up. Cause it's fast drop. You're not getting out.
Stop for that? Big ass nigga. I mean, I have. I'm like, yeah, this feels suspiciously amazing right now. Let me check. And I'm like, god damn it. We've all been there. Weak. Pathetic. I keep going and cream pie the fuck out of her. Well, you know, I don't want BBs. That's. You want babies? That's how you get babies. Oh, that thing that you messaged me, that was about, was Blake, right? This made me laugh.
There we go. All those beautiful puppeteers. Because
Yeah, but if it broke, there's a good chance she would already be pregnant, so might as well just switch to the pull-out method.
my trauma's down here too.
Or just switch to another condom. It's fine. I hear you. I hear you. It's like, Gucci's already been compromised, you know?
Just because he black don't mean he a DJ. Just because he on stage don't mean you chant.
Where is he? There he is.
I raced for the door like a flood. Entrance hall, it began to glow. I get a prize and dive to the club.
Oh shit, that was close. Ah! Stop!
Windows blink as club starts to rise. Me inside people's eyes.
Oh shit! All right, let me get the fuck out of here.
Nigga really made this place on ammo. Baba Yaga transforming beat.
Oh, we threw a Baba Yaga in there.
And takes to the street as the beast finds new hungers.
Boogeyman? He's the one you said to kill the fucking Boogeyman.
Out of this monster club, baby. We not getting out of this monster club.
I don't think we're getting out of the monster club, guys.
We not getting out. We not getting
I don't think we're getting out. Ah. I'm almost done. This game is awesome. Oh wait. Oh shit. You guys didn't tell me. The camera's off. Oops. Ow.
I don't think I'm safe inside here anymore.
No, you're awesome.
I'm safe anywhere.
Thanks, man. Thought you did that on purpose. No. I notice when I walk away, I tend to shut it just as a habit. I don't know. I gotta cut it out or something. Plus, I'm also Daffy Ducking it, so the last thing I want you guys to see is fucking... Just kidding. Where am I? Oh, nice. Syllabus? Oh, shit. I see you, bitch. Oh, shit. Alright, that didn't work out so well. Ah, shit. Okay, I got her. Okay, no! No! I died. That's okay. Better gun. Better gun. Better dodging. Better pizza. A Paso elsewhere.
I just can't stay in there. They keep living in my head.
Oh shit, I'm stuck. Stop, bro, I'm stuck. Easy, easy. The Love in the Club reminds me of the movie Monkey Man. Oh, was that good? I didn't see that one. The one with the guy from Slumdog Millionaire? I did not see that movie, but it looked cool. That's like that dude's directorial debut, if I'm not mistaken. He's open? No. We're not getting out! We're not getting out! Monkey Man was a great movie. Yeah, I want to check it out. I saw the trailer and then I heard nothing. Which is never a good sign, but it's definitely on my list of movies I want to see at least. Now let me get these motherfuckers out now. Any more? Any more, you fucking biblically accurate angels? You want some of this?
And for all the good thinking it's done me, I still don't know where the meat flesh came from. I'm not happy.
Joey, how's it going? Oh, what up, Lance? How you doing? I'm playing this cool Max Payne clone. Have you heard of it? It's called El Paso Elsewhere. It's been on my list for a while, but it was on sale, and I was like, yeah. That was the time. That was the chance. How you doing? I need a purple heart.
For what?
I mean that literally. Ah, fuck, I thought I killed you. Fuck, taking damage. How's your night going, Lance? Lance, my boy. There it is. Just what I need. Oh shit. There she is. No more. Alright, just having a couple brews. I think I'm playing a dumb multiplayer game. Nice. Nice. I had a brew. I had a tall boy today. They're not supposed to be cutting back, but I was like, you know what? You know? I'm really enjoying this game. I'm on a quest to make sure I finish it tonight, which I think I have should be under an hour.
Steak.
Sick. Oh, he said steak.
Maybe.
What kind of dumb multiplayer game you think about playing?
I can't do it.
You play like Marvel Rivals and shit? Or Helldivers 2? Rogue League? Rocket League. I read that's Rogue. Man. I never played that before. Well, actually, no. I tried it once. It's just not for me. But I didn't give it a fair chance. I didn't get like used to how to play it. If that makes sense. Because there's definitely a learning curve in there where you have to like learn how to actually manipulate the motherfucker. Now it's like second nature for a lot of people, but me, I'm like, ooh, do I boost now? Hold on, yeah, hold on. Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, tomorrow afternoon. Like, maybe 2 p.m.? Going to a shooting range tomorrow with some friends. Or at least one friend for sure. Lemon wedges. I'm trying to see if another one is down. This is the guy that convinced me to get a shotgun.
Can't carry more.
Which range? Oh, not sure yet. God damn it, dude. I hate driving games and PvP games, and that one just kind of done it for me. And tell me what you think of that Snowpiercer video. Oh, dude, I will. It's queued up. It's like, I'm looking at the tab right now. Not sure yet. Any suggestions? Sorry. I think I'm going backwards. Good night, everyone. Oh, peace out, Dry. Oh, off to bed, dog. Oh, I see. All right, peace out, Dry. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. You a real one. Oh no, now I'm going backwards. Sorry. It's just what happens when every level looks the same. Hell yeah. Was that for Dry? Yeah, I usually hate PvP games, but there's something about Marvel Rivals where I'm just like, yeah. If there's a reason why you guys are going to a range versus the desert. Here we go. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Another one down.
I'm a good Punisher. Nice. I'm a pretty good Namor and Adam. Oh my god, they're aggressive. Oh shit. Normally those types, like Overwatch, I play tank, but Rivals, I can't do that well. Yeah, because with Marvel Rivals, you have to play not just like your role, but like your character. I feel like the tanks, they kind of have like a learning curve. It's like, oh, you gotta do this, and then you armor up, and then that, and this, and then I'm just like, I just want to kill. I'm one of those douches where I'm just like, I'll lock in on fucking Namor. No, we need healer, Doc. You be healer then, bitch. I only know Cap. That looks like your you problem. You know what I'm talking about though? They're like, nah, dude, we got 4 DPS. I was like, then you better switch. I don't care. Don't tell me what to do. I'm on casual. Calm down. I'm talking about though, like, all those motherfuckers would be like, where are my fucking heals? I was like, where's my fucking tank? Goes both ways, bitch. I can't heal you if you're all the way over there. Meanwhile, I'm getting fucking blood fucked by Venom. Look, get over there. If I'm not a tank, I heal, so yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm a pretty good at him. But if I'm feeling bloodthirsty, then I'm going to play DPS. That's just how it is. I get yelled, it's like, GG, no heals, or something like that. And I was like, well, I can't heal you if you're not next to me. I can't teleport you. So if you're getting fucking ganged up on by the whole team, that's on you, dude. Why am I here on point alone? It's because I can't web swing. I'm on my way. I don't know. Some players just annoy me. I try. One second.
Sibling request. Grandmother or grandfather request. Spousal request. Son or daughter of birth/death record. Identity must match name. Listed on birth/death record. Legal guardian.
I used to play a ton of World of Warcraft, and I was DPS guy though, but I heal in non-guild for fun. Yeah, I think I kind of heal as I add them from time to time, just because I do think it's fun. I think I'm good at it. But don't put me in a box, okay? Oh shit. I just hate when people get aggressive about it. They're like, yo, dog, I can only play Cap, or I only know fucking Penny. I was like, well, then learn another character. Don't force me to heal. I don't want to. I'm on the mood.
I could clash right here. Thank you so much. Fucking tragic with that.
You learn to heal. Trial by fire, bitch.
Has the meat locker always been as hellish?
I don't want to go this way. It's too red and scary. Got him. Oh, nice. There's an innocent over here too. I played random horror game, and they invited me to play Rivals with them, but they got wildly aggressive on who I play. Dude, yeah, that to me is the one thing I kind of hate about Marvel Rivals, other than the fact that the producers treat their devs like shit. Needless to say, did not play with them again. Yeah, dude, there was one of my buddies. He's cyber-liking. He had a huge like crash out with this one dude, Sergeant Quad or something. He's being a fucking douche. He's like, where the fuck are my heals? You're a bad healer. I was like, dude, you can't expect me to be on your ass to heal you if you're all over the map like this. He's like, actually, I can. I was like, well, then you're a fucking idiot. I don't know. I hate that guy. I actually hate him. He was also white knighting, which is also pathetic.
I need to use a stake.
Uh-oh. I didn't mean to dive. I meant to jump. Rivals is also insane to expect with the mobility of those heroes. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, I can only do what I can do, you know? It's like, if you want to rush to point alone while the entire team is there, go for it. I'll be there when I can. Just don't yell at me for not healing you, because I can't keep up. Oh, I did it again. Oops, I did it again! Same spot, too. All right, I got it this time. I actually forgot the witch was back there. I'm gonna get that bitch now. Got him. One shot. Swish. Nothing but net. Got her. You dead? Yeah, she's dead. Sick. What horror game was it? Like Outlast Trials or something? Was it multiplayer, I assume? Dead by Daylight?
Couldn't hold more if I tried.
We're all gonna die.
Are there any more innocents? I think I'm good. I think I did it all. Oh shit.
We spent a lot of time.
What the fuck? Game? Demonologist? Oh, yeah, I know about that one. That's the one's kind of like, the other one.
A lot of time together. I hope you liked what you see.
Fuck, I forgot the name of that one. Oh, it's Big Helper! I thought they killed you. You're supposed to be dead! I killed you, man! Here's some pills. That's a Big Helper of newer players. Nice. What's the other one that's like Demonologist, but not Demonologist? Phasmophobia. Jay Conkers, who you might have seen in my chat. He's a big fan of Phasmophobia. What's better about it, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, we're good. Let's go.
I had another good day, you know? When I got my 3-month chip, my sponsor, Pearl, took me out for ice cream. Like I was a kid. When we were in line, after ordering some frankly ill-advised flavor combinations, she held it out to me and she said,
Even to my active, when I played Phas, I wound up so bored waiting for anything to happen.
If you lose this...
That's more like snappy, get to it.
We always have more. Then she let go and informed me that I'd be paying for the ice cream. That day meant everything.
Who was your sponsor?
I don't know if you've ever been on a wagon, but falling off, it feels like tumbling down a well. There's just water and walls. Worn completely smooth. It feels like you've lost the ability to be a different person again. So you go from 3 months between relapses to 2 days, 1 day. And Pearl said that was okay. As long as I kept coming back for that chip again. Because they always had more. I remember the old heads who showed me how to handle a gun at a range I shouldn't have been at, telling me about
werewolves in Vietnam.
Lighting a fire in me to search for the unbelievable.
This is how I became a slayer.
I'm thinking I had a lot of good days.
What have you got lined up next? I should be playing Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles, the Wii game. I started it like months ago. I haven't finished it yet. And then with my buddy, I'm playing Resident Evil 6. But after this, I'm getting back to Resident Evil. Because I'm supposed to play all of them, you know?
Ball means something good, huh? I'm too tired to pretend I don't care.
What was the other one? So there's 6, Revelations 2, gotcha. Yeah, probably Rev 2 as far as single player REs go. Oh fuck, and there's something I'm not excited for. So There is Resident Evil Reverse, which is one of the multiplayer ones. They're shutting down. They're shutting her down at the end of next month. So I actually have to play that soon, just so I can at least get some experience before it's unplayable. I have some other streamer friends where we're ramping up to play Outbreak 2 again, because we played Outbreak 1 together, because you can play that multiplayer still through Japanese fan servers. But yeah, probably the next solo one I'm probably gonna play is gonna be, oh fuck, it's gonna be Operation Raccoon City. But yeah, RE for the most part. What about you? When are you gonna be streaming? Can I go that way? Oh. God, that one looks awful though. Reverse or Operation Raccoon City, or the one that looks terrible, which also I have to stream technically, is Umbrella Corps. That's the one that I'm really not looking forward to. Raccoon City. Raccoon City's fine. It's better with friends. It's kind of just like a goofy guilty pleasure, but it's not great. Look up Umbrella Corps, C-O-R-P. That one S. But that one looks fucking terrible. But the good news is that the solo content is really like a couple hours, so I can probably get that and a few others out of the way. Because I'm trying to play these all in release order for the most part. I fucked up a little bit, but there's a few things. Like I want to play another game that's only like 3 or 4 hours is the 3DS version of the Mercenaries 3D. It's a full release. I gotta play it, you know. And then I'm actually really excited. I actually have all the ROMs I can get my hand on, but I fully intend to stream the mobile Java games. Like Umbrella Confidential or something like that, Resident Evil Confidential, and Genesis, like the little Java phone games. I'm gonna stream those too. Oh, nice load. Oh shit, I hear doors opening, but my eye itches. Yeah, Raccoon City's fine. Uh-oh. I have no idea how those go. What do you mean? I talked about the Java ones. They're okay. I played a little bit of it off stream. Not particularly difficult, but because like here's my goal. Because like after I'm done, I kind of want to do like a YouTube retrospective on all of them. Because like you know how it is. There's like those trendy, fucking I was gonna say trend chasing ones, but anyway, you know, the Resident Evil games you can't play anymore. One of those things. But I kind of want to do like, because literally it's almost every Resident Evil ever. The only ones that I really can't play. Oh, I should do the game.com version of 2. But the only ones I can't really play was like, it was like the equivalent of like a Facebook game in Japan, which it was mobile, but it required a an account. It was like a mobile game, but you had to play like on their like, it's like a Chinese Facebook or something like that. You know what I mean? It wasn't Facebook, but it was an online social media platform, which is no longer around, I think. So I can't play that one. It's literally dead. There's a couple games like that.
Transylvania had a baseball team.
But my goal is to stream as many as I can. And I'm over the hump.
Can you say my name?
Janet.
And then bullshit like this keeps getting me distracted. But I'm having fun with it. Dracula.
In a sentence, please.
Hey,
What's it mean?
Can you please pass me a butter? How was that?
It was Good.
Do you want me to keep using it?
I think I would.
Dang.
One more step, Lord, then another. Just one more step.
You guys alive? Which one of you guys are gonna attack me? Yep. I should have known. Why do I keep huffing the mic after every sentence? Never mind, end of June. Yeah, end of June. When Reverse supposed to shut down? Yeah, end of June. I don't know. I think it's just the way that their directing went. I'm kind of into how the vocals, like the dialogue is. Also, it's being like reverbed and modulated and shit.
That's some real shit.
But this game is like atmospheric, dude. I'm actually really excited to finish it tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing how it all ends. I'm not looking forward to the boss fight because the last boss fight was fucking me. Good boy. How was that Sword Art Online? First time? Is that Sword Art Online? Am I reading that right? Sow. Take this, biblically accurate angel. You are, right? Okay, good. I was watching him, watching them. Nice. Oh no! I didn't see that. All right. Use the rifle.
That's some real shit.
It's good. Solo leveling. Okay, nice. I keep hearing everybody talk about that. I want to check that one out. You were watching Sword Art 2 days ago? I haven't watched Sword Art Online in like 2 years. I only saw like half of the first season. I liked it. It reminded me of like, it's like if Saw fucked Dot Hack. It would poop out that. Bro, what the fuck? There's like what, 3 or 4 seasons of that? And each season is kind of different? I don't know. I gotta check it out. I'm like behind on my animus. I know Feels Dry and Jay also watch a lot of anime. Oh, and Cyberlycan. The only anime I was watching on stream was the DMC anime, Zodiac War, and Solo Leveling. Yeah, I think I saw a bit of that, and were you not showing a little bit of Jujutsu Kaisen? Or am I tripping?
Nice. Ammo.
Make sure everything's all... Maybe I'm tripping. Was it one of your other bitches? Hmm? Oh shit, I mean to do that. I didn't mean to waste my ammo.
Mate, am I gonna do it?
I don't want to kill Dracula. I'm kind of sympathetic.
Shit. I made it to a pyramid. Could hold more if I tried.
Finished a season where they were using guns after being fairies. Looked like you were watching the betrayal moment in the first season. I gotta catch up on that. Because I really liked the premise, and I liked what I saw of it. But I think I only saw like half the first season. Last anime I saw was... Oh, dude! Have you guys seen Kaiju number 9? That's a good show. It was kind of like annoying me at first because it was doing like the whole thing where, you know, it gets a little too kiddie for a second, but then when it gets hard, I'm like, oh shit!
Please just let me finish.
This is tense. Maybe 3 days ago. I haven't seen an episode since. Oh, the fairies. Maybe 3 days ago. Who knows? Almost there.
Are you still doing this?
If it wasn't him, then I don't know who it was.
Chance to be myself again. And there is a price.
Oh boy.
Opening the door to things that should stay in the dark.
I think it's last boss fight, guys.
I don't get to pay it a second time.
Might have to lock in.
I know. I know what it's like to want to go back to a different version of yourself. To idealize this point before when you were innocent. That person and that time and that place are gone, Dracula. You're still here. You get to choose.
I do, James.
Please don't make me blow your head off.
Dang.
I'm not the devil. I'm just taking back what's mine. Wouldn't you?
Dang.
All right, then.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do it. Let's go. Let's go! I pull out. What? Roll dodge! Dodge! Oh shit, she got me. This is pretty. Ah! Why is she animating at me? Gotta get the timing better. Let me reload, bitch! I can't reload! Whore! Oh my god. No!
This is it. I'm outside of myself watching the monster I love.
Where's she? Where'd that bitch at? Oh!
There's danger in her every move.
Oh shit! Oh my god, this is so fast.
I'm watching my body pump bullets into wrists I held. Throat I kissed. I wish we were screaming. Something, anything.
Leave me alone, bitch!
I wish there was anything.
I want a divorce. Where are you? Oh, she is. Okay. I gotta learn the timing. Okay, I just gotta get the timing right. Why am I being modded for square head? What the hell? Wait, what? Square head harder? I don't know what that means, but here, I'll allow it. I don't know what that is. Square head a is that a slur? I don't know. I don't know. Shit. Oh, I got a staker again.
This is it. I'm outside of myself watching the monster I love. Noting the lovely, ominous danger in her every move. I'm watching my body pump.
I don't know. Yeah, nice.
Into wrists.
Good response.
I guess. I wish we were screaming.
Oh shit. Well,
something, anything.
oh shit.
I wish there was anything left to say.
Fuck off, bitch. Oh, you bitch. There's more pills over there. Need it! god, too much trouble. Did I do it? Is there like a stage 2? Phase 2? Because if so, that last boss, she keeps going. Oh shit. Should've known.
He's naked. See a black man pounding the pavement. The ground is a burden. He's taking the place spending their jets. Thin-haired bastards craving sweat, salivating. I want this man to help me break it. Cause the goal of this age is to be the panting evil out there rattling the cage. I want well, cause the goal of this age is to be the panting evil out there. I feel the grind.
Shit. Oh shit.
Into the seats that were given.
Where you at? Where you at, baby?
Dollar that you spend.
How about now? My heart's pumping. Holy shit.
I would have been good at it, you bastard.
Oh, sorry.
Royalty suits you.
I really didn't think you'd save so many of them.
I just...
Why am I sad?
Tried. It's nice to have it work for once.
I'm upset.
What is this?
Oh, she can turn me?
It's my soul's blood. It's how you turn someone. It's how I win.
I don't want this.
But you will want it. Because you don't want to die.
Do I get to choose?
And you still want to be special. You'll have enough time to turn cruel and lonely. You fucking poor excuse for sake.
Hey, I'm not the one that tried to end the world here. It's like an actual like relationship argument. It's like, look. We'll talk when you calm down,
There's
okay?
You in hell. When your own sins catch up.
Really?
With you.
Did you say?
And that's how she dies.
Oh.
Presenting a lack of body count.
You're acting irrational right now, okay?
I want to throw it into the wall. I want to smash it into the floor and have my last sensation be the wet scratch of glass against flesh.
You don't have the trainer pass, enter PokeStar.
Into the ground.
Too much trouble? Oh, dude, it's super easy. That's
my
funny.
Vision to fade away as I reject her.
Sorry, I was in the middle of that boss fight.
Everything she did to me.
Don't do it.
Lovely, tragic death.
Yeah, just die, dude. It's okay. Die with her.
She isn't the god.
It'll be sweet.
She was just a hurt person who did fucked up things. Until it became easier to define herself by the people she damaged than to change. She measured her impact in scars. It is terrifying to think of dying with all of these scars. Let alone living with them. Trying with them. Trying to be good. But I can. And I did. And I do. The sun's rising outside. Somewhere inside me, something responds to the approaching light. I'm 10 minutes sober. And scars fade.
Bang.
Fuck it.
No! What are you doing? Ah, you son of a bitch. James Savage will return. When? I want more. Now. This game fucking slaps. Paso elsewhere. I'm from El Paso, Texas. I don't know where elsewhere is. Xavier Nelson Jr. I don't know what that's called. Yeah, dude, I didn't think he was gonna do it. I thought it was like smash it. It's just Dracula's voice actress singing. I think it is. Because one of the things I liked about this was like the voice actor, the main dude, James, he rapped like the half the soundtrack in this game. So it's like it kind of gave this impression that like I'm playing through and listening to his thoughts, you know? This game is pretty good. It was pretty fucking good. How many people made this? 12? This is a labor of love. And what is it about AAA games? It's like I don't feel this most of the time. Like I beat Assassin's Creed, I'm like, oh, that was pretty cool. I beat something like this, I'm just like, you know? Album art, nice. Is it me, or is one of those songs James was rapping where he said the N-word, but he's white? James is black. James is a black character. He did say the N-word, but James is black. He kind of sounds like one of those white boy rappers, but you know the ones. But I don't know, I was into it. Yeah, it was the Monster Club, that song. I couldn't tell with how the characters are designed. I saw the actual art, and you can kind of see it. Like, if you see him next to Dracula, you'd be like, okay, he's a brother, because she's pale AF, dude. But yeah, there's the actual art. Like even the load screen, I'm blocking it. Funny enough, but there's like right where I'm at, like right here. There's like art of him going, and you can tell he's black. All right, Bongo Cat, you're blocking it. What is it? Is it B? I have to hold B to skip. Hold something to skip. I can't tell because Bongo Cat, you're blocking it. What do you have to say for yourself? Oh. You always know just what to say. Hold start. Hold B. To a vampire, I'm darker than them. That's fair. I'm gonna hold down every face button. Oh no. Alright, I guess I have to listen to this because I can't click off to get fucking Bongo Cat moving. Bongo Cat, you ruined everything. I'm just kidding, buddy. Yeah. Speaking of cats, hi, BB. What's up? What's up? The game was fun, man. I didn't expect him to drink the blood. You fucking idiot. What if there's a post-credit thing? There could be. There could be. I have a feeling there isn't, but we'll see. Mobile publishing? There's a mobile version of this? Animated trailer. Demente Animation Studio. Producers Carlos Rajolia, Ruben Perez, Angel Ibarra. Is this game Mexican? It says El Paso elsewhere. There are awful lot of Mexican names here. Soho Rodriguez, Martinez, Lopez, Osuna, Dore, Villaseñor, Sanchez, Hernandez. Let's go Javier Luis Teres. Sorry. I want one of those long names. But no. Boring names. I'm not trying to dox myself either, so you won't hear them. Oh, that was fun. Bongo Cat, move. Can I alt tab? Oh, I think I can. Alright, Mongo. Press any key to skip. Oh. Press F. Move you over there, buddy. Sorry. Bongo Cat, you okay? He's good. Alright. Hold any key to skip. There we go. See? That's a black guy. Dang. Theater, one-way trip. All these cool cutscenes, man. This game slaps. I had a lot of fun with it. I know I keep saying that, but I mean it. This is just one of those games. It's just one of those games! But how many of those Mexican names are big booty Latinas? I'm sure a good chunk of them probably had nice booties. I can't believe he did it. James, you son of a bitch. One-way trip. I kind of watch the first cutscene again. See how we all got here. 3 minutes? Okay, in 3 minutes there'll be ads.
I told myself it was always going to be a one-way trip. That's what love is. It's a trip between who you were and whatever the hell you become next. So let's take it from the top. Like a jazz standard. Play it in our own time. As loud as we dare.
Nice. Alright, well, it is late. We have stuff to do tomorrow. Psych, we're playing something else now. I'm just kidding. Let me figure it out, actually. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe a level of... How long was this game? I'll let you know in exactly... I stopped the cycle. I played it for 11 and a half hours. I did step away for like 15 minutes. I had to go pee and take breaks every now and then. I'd say 11 hours to beat it, roughly. I died a lot. I'm not good at it, but yeah, I'd say I could see this being anywhere from like 9 to 11 hours or something, based on just how dope you are, you know? But that was fun. I had a baller of a time. But hold on 1 second. Wait. No. Hi, Shuri. Hell yeah. So I have an ad break starting in about a minute, so but that was fun. That was good. And apparently they're getting a movie. They're making a movie of this. 11 hours. What is this? A game for ants? I mean, it's just an action game. I think action games like this that go longer than like even like horror games. Like I was watching Jay play Fatal Frame 3. That game's like 15 hours. That's like way too long for like an actually kind of intense horror game. Like if I spent that much time in like Outlast 1, I'd be dead. There's no fucking way. This feels right. This feels right. And the levels were fairly bite-sized. Like each one was like 10 to 15 maybe. Boss fight. Oh yeah, I was stuck in that one boss fight for a good, what, 20 minutes? Am I exaggerating? I feel like that took me 20. It felt like 20 minutes. But we are gonna see. I would like to keep playing, but it's already 2:30. I probably shouldn't. Oh, Lemon isn't streaming anymore? Oh, that motherfucker. Mosquito or something. Okay, who is live? Who's live and deserves a raid? You guys like retro stuff? I could do a retro or the Wheelie, Bee Hunter, B90 Reborn. We could do Shinisan. She's playing Rogue Galaxy or Bradtastic. Actually, we're gonna raid Bradtastic. Bradtastic is fantastic. It rhymes. Coincidence? I think not. Okay. But everybody that was here to hang out, thank you so much. Your boy Lance, you know, it's always a pleasure seeing you guys. I like this game or the song. All right, we are going to raid out to Bradtastic. Tell him Shat sent you. Give him a follow if you want. He's pretty good. He's a late streamer. I think he's in New Zealand or Australian. I think he's in New Zealand. But a wonderful dude. A lot of cool retro games. Right now he's playing Ratchet Deadlocked. An underrated entry in that franchise, if you ask me. But I'm having an ad break. We're gonna raid out. Okay. So Bradtastic Ninja. Oh, I almost did a shout out as we're raiding. Let's see how many we got. 2, 4. Really, I thought I had more than that. Gaslighting me. Why can't I see all of his chat? All right, bye everybody.